What's going on is Anton from AntonDaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with us. Thank you for tuning in for another edition of the Millionaire Morning Show. I'm your host, Anton Daniels. What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? What's going on? What's up to all of my friends that's inside of the chat? I appreciate you. It is Thursday, June 11th, 2026, year of our Lord. And we here. It's a cloudy day in Michigan. I don't see no sun. Where the sun at? I don't see nothing but clouds. Is it supposed to rain today? Let me pull up the weather. See what the word is inside of the streets. Heat advisory. Oh, it's a heat advisory today. Reach 90 and then all of a sudden it turns into a heat advisory. All right. I didn't know that 90 was heat advisory weather, but what up, y'all? What's going on to all of my friends inside of the chat? What's happening? Couple things that I want to run by you guys. Really not even run by you, but I want to get y'all opinion on it. I need to change my card that I got attached to my Cash App. My debit card expired. Now I got to change that. I got a question for y'all. All Sun over there in Kansas City. That's what's up. What's up? My name is Corey, Chris Cunningham, K. Cooper, Treese, Keisha. Keisha says, what's good, AD? I hope all is well with you. I feel, you know what I feel like? I feel like I got like a hangover, but I don't have a hangover because I haven't been drinking. I don't know why I feel like I got a hangover. I think I need a detox. What's a good detox method, y'all? What up, Tiff? What up, Kel? Trill, I see you. I appreciate you, Taylor. Hey, what's a good detox? Before we get started with the day. I think I need like a detox. I don't know, man. I've turned the mic up a little bit. Y'all want my mic up to be louder? Is my audio right? Somebody tell me if my audio is down, if my audio is right, if I need to turn my audio up a little bit more. Is my audio good, y'all? Cucumber and water. Lots of water. So y'all saying basically to fast and only drink water. That's what I'm hearing. A whole lot of water. Fasting is the best detox if you can do 2 to 3 days. Somebody said if you could do 2 to 3 days, fasting is the best. So basically, water only for the next 2 to 3 days. All right. Starting right now. Cause I'm just like, I don't know. I feel like hungover a little bit. Turn your TV to you. Oh man, they got this alphabet community nonsense Pride Month. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, there we go. Better. Let's get that trash off the screen. Water, just stick with the normal natural stuff. That's a crazy quote. They enslaved by bad choices. Well, let's talk about that, right? Let's talk about it. This is a quote from Michelle Alexander, who wrote The New Jim Crow. That's what it was supposed to be, right? It was a book that was based off of that whole nonsense, right? And I'm just reading through y'all chats. I'm trying to see what the vibe is today to see what y'all want me to talk about. More black adults are in prison today. Let me read to you the exact quote because I had to shorten it up a little bit to make it consumable. This is the real quote. The real quote are more African American adults are under correctional control today, in prison or jail, on probation or parole, than were enslaved in 1850. Let me read that again. More African American adults are under correctional control today, in prison or jail, on probation or parole, than were enslaved in 1850. Let's think about that for a second. What does that even mean, right? Because on one hand, you'll have a group of people that say, well, it's because black people are being targeted. And on the other hand, you'll have a group of people that say, well, it's because we're making the wrong decisions and we have bad cultural norms. Here's the fact of the matter. More black adults are in prison today on probation or parole than enslaved in 1850. Fun fact, I have never been to prison. And you know what's so interesting about that scenario is that makes me special. You know that's crazy. That doesn't make me normal. That makes me special. If I'm a black man and I haven't been stabbed, shot, in jail, prison, did a trial, or have a felony, that makes me unique. That makes me special. Y'all know how they do the whole thing where they walk up to women and they had this little calculator thing. I don't know where the calculations come from. They have this little calculator thing and they say, well, what do you want in a man? And then a woman says, well, I want him to be at least 6'2", and he has to have abs, and he has to make $170,000 a year, and he has to have no baby mamas, and he has to love God, and then also he has to be athletic and know how to play golf, and has to have been already traveled to 5 different countries. And then they go down the list and they say, oh, okay, you have a 0.001% chance of landing the man that you want. And she says, oh, darn it. And then you see all of the guys inside of the comments and they say, see, man, these girls are delusional, man. They want all of the things at the same time. That's how I feel as a black man, because you can go down the list further, right? If I haven't been to jail or been to prison or stabbed somebody or shot somebody or have a felony on my record, that makes me special, right? Because that's in my mind, that's supposed to be normal, right? In my mind, that's supposed to be normal. In the world, according to the statistics, that makes me unique because that's not normal. Our norm, and that's why I say the culture is messed up, our cultural norm has us crashing out. Now, throw a couple other caveats on there, and then I'm really in the top 1%. If we're only judging ourselves based off of what's happening within the culture, then that makes me in the top 0.001%, because then you got to say, well, he's also educated, and he's heterosexual, and he believes in God, and he doesn't have any children out of wedlock, and he's married still, and he's also rich, and he's also owned his own companies, and he hasn't sold out and taken a payout from anybody. Oh man, that puts you in the top top category. And in my mind, I'm like, yo, we in 2026 as of the recording of this video, that's supposed to be normal. I believe if we can give women the freedom to vote and choose for themselves, and in less than 50 years, they can accomplish some of the, just keeping it 100, doctorates and all of this stuff. Now, I know a lot of women got a lot of basket weaving degrees, but let's just say for the sake of conversation, they've been able to accomplish some unique things in that, yeah, they got a lot of student loan debt. Yeah, they picked a lot of basket weaving degrees. Yeah, they made a lot of sacrifices with their family in order to do so, and I'm assuming that they learned it from their mistakes, right? But if they are able to do this in less than 50 years, Are you telling me that we can't avoid prison? Skylar, you say there needs to be a lot of prison reform, though. In what way? I think that prisons need to be tougher. Maybe that'll incentivize us to stay out of it because they get iPads, they get drugs. Every rapper that comes out of prison talk about how they had lean the whole time and they just slept their way through it. They have boyfriends and girlfriends. I'm trying to figure out, what does prison reform look like for you? Sometimes they can lobby. I seen a video of a person that said that he wound up being cellmates with his father. Air conditioning. They need more air conditioning. So you want to make them more comfortable. You want to, you want to make them more comfortable inside of the prison system. Listen, I have this theory in life. It's this quote that I say in real life, right? The quote that I have in real life is this: the only reason that a person needs to be in prison today, it's only one reason. The only reason that a person should be in prison today, the only logical excuse that I can give you is if you somehow, some way trying to avoid taxes. That's it. That's the only pass I'm giving. You robbing people, jail. Killing people, prison. Raping people, jail. Pedophile, prison. And the only reason I say that about the whole, you know what I'm saying, the taxes, because I was even taught Monopoly, if you're not cheating, you're not trying to win. You know what I'm saying? If you're not trying to keep as much money as possible, you're not trying to win. Outside of that, it shouldn't be hard. It should not be hard. It shouldn't be difficult for you to stay out of prison. And it's just so weird to me that it's normal. Why is that normal? I I I don't understand. And that doesn't mean a person that has been to prison or been to jail is a bad person. You serve your time, you do your dime, you come home and you chill. You get it together, right? That don't mean that you're a bad person, but I'm saying, why is that normal? Why are we normalizing going to prison and going to jail and saying that people in our culture, and that, you know what I'm saying, we don't look at that as a negative. We celebrate people. He did his time, yeah. What? I don't get it. I don't get it. It's like you run into people every day and then they be sitting there talking to you like, wait a minute, you ain't never been to jail? Hold on, you ain't never been to prison? You don't know nobody in prison right now? Nah. No, not at all. I don't understand it. But it's crazy. It's crazy because to think that more black adults today are in prison, jail, probation, parole than enslaved in 1850 is crazy. And you know the worst part about the whole situation is that we'll continue to blame everybody else for it too. We'll blame everybody else. It's the system's fault. It's women's fault. It's men's fault. It's we need jail reform. We need to try to figure out how to get no bail while you waiting to go on trial. We don't teach our kids. It's just a mindset. And it's a crazy mindset because not in my family, but in the hood in general, I remember growing up and I thought it was an accomplishment to reach 18 and then 21. I was thinking to myself, so man, listen, graduating high school was like, yo, you are what? Now that we have social media, it's pretty crazy because, you know, your worldview is different because you basically digitally have access to everything that's going on all around you. But when I was coming up in the inner city of Detroit, I was like, you about to graduate? What? Diploma? Oh, you one of the good ones. You're one of the good ones. What? Because even in ninth grade, I seen a lot of people drop out and say, I don't want to do this. I'm going to just get my GED. College? You way out there. You crazy. College? A lot of us in the 90s and the 2000s were the first ones in our family, not mine, but a lot of us in the 90s and the 2000s were the first person to go to college. That's crazy. Not even community college, not no form of college. We don't push education inside of our communities. We don't push any of those things. And we approach it dumb. We approach it so stupid, right? And I always said it like this because I say you got two different children, right? Let's say you think you raising your kid right. And you got two different children. One child, you say, you better not get in trouble. The other child, you say, you better go about doing things the right way. And it's two different mindsets that you're programming in your child. Both of them may not do the thing that you think is is bad, right? Both of them may not cuss out the teacher, or both of them may not cuss out the teacher. One of them is not going to cuss out the teacher because he thinks that he's going to get in trouble for doing it. But it doesn't mean that he don't think that the teacher need to be cussed out. The other kid, remember, they're both not cussing out the teacher, and so we're valuing the children the same based off of how we program them. The other kid is saying, you know what? He's not thinking about not cussing out the teacher so that he doesn't get in trouble. He's thinking about how he can assist the teacher or help the teacher do their job more effectively, so he'll bring the teacher an apple, and then the teacher will endear themselves to him. In both instances, the teacher didn't get cussed out. But one of it is approaching it differently. One of them is approaching the teacher from a mindset of abundance and that, yo, I want to do great inside of this classroom. The other one is approaching not cussing out the teacher because he's saying, I don't want to get in trouble, so I'm going to be quiet and not say nothing. In both instances, right, from a metric perspective, they're both going to not cuss out the teacher. And so we look at that in the community as all is successful. But one of them is learning a life lesson about how to approach and deal with people successfully. He's not worried about not getting in trouble. He knows that focusing on doing the right thing automatically prevents you from getting in trouble. The other one is going to go through life and saying, well, at least I ain't got in trouble. Thank you, Donovan. At least I ain't got in trouble. And so we got low-hanging fruit and low expectations for our people, for our children. They think that they did good by saying, well, at least I graduated. Other people are training their children and saying, you got an expectation on your life. When you put an expectation on a child's life, they don't have no time to go and get in no mess because they're so busy focusing on what you told them to do. I don't have to tell my kid, hey, you know you ain't supposed to be robbing that store. Because I'm telling them, did you hurry up and get to class and register for college registration today? Another parent is telling their kid, Don't you get in no trouble while I'm at work. Neither one of them are supposed to rob a store, but there's a greater expectation on the life of the person that you told you need to be preparing yourself to go to college. And because we don't have these conversations within the community, we have the lowest hanging fruit. How are we going to teach our kids to be the lowest hanging fruit, but at the same time, you as their mama saying, I want the rich one? Even in our music, as much as we like it. And it's so melodic to us. I love music. Everybody, regardless of what genre of music you listen to, you love music. And we program ourselves to think it. Right? I've been trolling Slimmy all week. Where all my scamming A and where's at? Where that go, y'all? Back. Spin that. Spin that. Spin that. The whole song is about go get the money, impress the women, and if you got to scam to do so or rob to do so, do it, but go get the money. There are no songs, because it's not cool to do so. There are no songs about us being lawyers and doctors and surgeons. And it's so bad to where you're called a lame if you go to class. But why would your son do anything except for what he see his mama and his daddy doing? You don't think that they don't know that their dad was a dope man or the scam man? But then you telling him, hey, I want you to go to school and get your education. Because our cultural norms are the same. And I used this example the other day. I said, listen, money alone does not change your cultural norms. It's a reason why, if you look at most celebrity kids, they're the spitting image of whatever their father grew up in, despite the fact that they didn't grow up in that situation. We laugh at the Jay Prince kids. Why? Because their father was in the street, but supposedly their father was to do the thing that was necessary to prevent them from falling into the same trap as him. And so they were the ones that were supposed to be the executives. They went to private school. They went to the best schools and all of that. And we see him getting people jammed up and they got to do the Ben 10 challenge. We use T.I. as an example because we can't get the little light-skinned one with the blonde hair, can't convince this boy to not do the thing that he's not supposed to do. He never grew up, and he grew up on TV. But why is he so obsessed with the streets? Because he's a mimic of whatever it is that his father has put in him, even though he has never grown up in those environments and those situations. Yeah, King. Why are kids that never, ever, they did not grow up in the hood, they know nothing about it, so obsessed with going to the hood? And it's because of our cultural norms and the norms that you have inside of your household. You're basically passing on generational curses despite the fact that you never grew up in that. Their children are a reflection of their fathers and their mothers. We don't want to talk about it. Last week, I highlighted Dwayne Wade's kid. Dwayne Wade's kid and Gabrielle Union, who has always been in the industry, kid is a reflection of the character and the way in which their parents are raising them. E.J. Johnson is the personification of his father. Ja Morant is a good one. All you got to do is look at the daddy that be on the court all game. daddy that be on the court. Ja Morant is a reflection of his father, not the hood. You can tell the father was from the hood. Why is Ja Morant getting caught up in stuff that don't make sense? That ain't for him. You ever seen I don't remember his name, so I'm not gonna say it right off the bat. All I'm telling y'all is this quote is relevant because we make it relevant, not because we don't want to break the generational curses. Maybe, Treya, maybe a little bit. That may be a combination of it. That is why it says to put it in them early. It'll never depart from them. Whatever you put into a child early is what's going to carry with them. Even if, even if they lose their way, they'll come back to their core principles and messages that was put into them early. If you put it into them early, and putting it into them is not just teaching them a lesson, it's being a reflection of it. I couldn't even do some of the things that I'm doing today because I had to spend a large amount of time working from home, doing my studio at the crib, being available, going to parent teacher conferences, showing up at all of the events, tutoring her, right? Sitting at the kitchen table. I cannot tell you how many days that my daughter was like, Dad, I want you to, she used to come to me to help her with homework that she didn't even need help with because she was just used to me sitting at the table, reading a book with her, praying over her every single night, touching her life. I had to, when you have a child, you have to sacrifice. Otherwise, they're going to be sacrificed. Either the world gonna teach them or you are. Which one is it gonna be? You can't be a part-time parent, especially in black culture. The odds are against you. You know how they said it in what is that? Hummingbird, Mockingbird. May the odds be in your favor. The odds are against you, according to the statistics. She may not escape without getting pregnant in high school. For some reason, I never feared that my daughter would ever be pregnant and we'd have to go and get an abortion in high school, or that she got pregnant and she would be a teen mom. I never feared that because that wasn't a part of our culture. I never feared that because that's not something that I had to worry about. And that's why when I got on the internet, and we about to get started with the show, when I got on the internet, it was weird to me because people kept telling me what I didn't know, or you never know, this might happen, or you never know, this might happen. I told people, 6 years ago? And they said, Anton, you can't control whether or not your daughter is going to stay local. You can't control what curriculum she going to pick. You can't control whether or not they get pregnant or whether or not they do this and whether or not they do that. Why can't I? Says who? There was an expectation on my life and I blew past them. Why can't we do things better? So it's hard. It's hard for me to come to the defense. It's very difficult for me to come to the defense. And this leads us into the subject of the show today. It's very difficult for me to come to the defense of Cyrus or Karmelo Anthony, because I then start to look at the first thing. I look at something different than y'all look at. Y'all look at the camera footage. I look at the parents. The first thing I say is, I wonder if they got a present father inside of their life. And what is their father's life and reflection and values? And how does that translate? So I started watching the parents. And I see how they move and whether or not they running into the Victim Olympics, and if they blackity black, and if they hired civil rights leaders to come in and speak on their behalf, or if they went and got a good lawyer. I start looking at, hey man, what's up with their social media? My kid couldn't even have social media as they were growing up. A ghost. Literally. The only social media that my kid was a part of was their taekwondo. Anything related to taekwondo, cool, because having a business today in any capacity, you got to have an online presence. Outside of that, my kid wasn't on social media. You know what's so crazy? I watched the latest Apple the latest Apple WDC, whatever it was, right? The latest Apple developer conference. And then they revealed all of the Siri updates and Apple Intelligence and all of this stuff. You know what? One of the main selling points for Apple was, a lot of people don't even know. You know what one of the main selling points of Apple's new software was? More control over what your kid is doing online. More parental controls over what happens with your kid in a social media and what happens as far as their ability to be able to access certain things. A large portion of the first part of Apple's presentation, and that's how they're going to be selling more devices, is they're appealing to parents. Now, I don't know if that resonated within the Black community, but they're looking to appeal to parents and get them into the ecosystem by saying that you need to have more control over what your kids are doing, and this is how you can monitor it. Shout out to all of the new people that's here. And this is how you can monitor it. That was a whole part of the presentation from Apple's developer conference. I was gonna say Michael Irvin's son, but then I stopped, but you said it. And y'all so busy worried about whether or not they're gonna miss something. I seen a report of one of the kids, that one of them prime kids, and it was flashing all of the money, and they had the money phone and stuff like that, and they parents was bigging them up and stuff. That kid wound up dying the next day. Thank you, TKW. That kid wound up dying the next day. So many people are trying to live vicariously through their children, and you ruining their lives. Ruining their lives. It's messed up. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let me read some of these cash apps and super chats, and then we're going to go ahead and get it popping. Ian Harrell says, the show is better with you moderating. Oh, I forgot. Speaking of social media and content creation, I was talking to Q. I've actually been talking to her over the last however long, right? And I was talking to Q, Island Girl Q, for those of y'all that used to understand who she was. But Q, from the Wednesday night show, and y'all know that she's been with me for years. I need to get y'all opinion on this before we read cash apps and super chats. And then we actually get into a lot of the content on the show. I need y'all opinion on this, right? So I've been talking to Q, and I knew that it was going to happen because I talked to her before the show and I talked to her after the show last night. Phenomenal show, by the way. What do y'all want to see on Wednesdays? Q's time is winding down because Q is on a different path and a different journey as far as her not even caring about being on social media at all. Just keeping it 100. Like, Q was like, man, you know, I think I'm on a, like, Q, honestly, she was like, yo, I think I just want to get rid of all social media and just disappear and just live life. What do y'all want to see? Do y'all want to see some version of it continue? Should I be the person and moderate it? Because one of the things that make Q unique is that she does a very good job of curating and getting the people needed in order to be on the panel. No. Q is in a great space though. Like her evolving, I'm not even gonna say leaving, but her evolving is That's just a part of her growth journey. This don't have nothing to do with none of that, right? You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna just tell you, Q made a lot of money with me. Q made well over six figures. Well over six figures rocking with me. But she don't care about money. She don't care about that no more. She only care about whatever her journey is. And I'm not going to tell you what her journey is because that's her and she want to remain private and all of that. But I don't know what to do. I have a couple new shows that are lined up for starting in July. And I'm wondering if I'm just going to replace one of those slots with it. Shampoo and Mimi show? Slim Trini girl, you will get on the panel? DM me. Send me a DM right now. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Naro, you got to heal, big baby girl. I know you're a man, but you in your feelings like a little girl right now. Naro, you got to heal, baby girl. You got to heal. So let me know what y'all think, man. I would love to get y'all thoughts on what I am to do with Wednesdays. Tell Q she can't do that. I'll miss her. I don't know how to I don't know how to I don't know what to do. The most difficult thing that I have to do as a content creator, to be honest with you, is the Room 9 channel. If I'm just doing everything like on myself, like the Anton Daniels channel, the Millionaire Morning Show channel, it's like clockwork. But trying to produce stuff and come up with new ideas and basically be somewhat of a network executive is way harder than being an individual content creator. Way harder. So I don't know what to do, y'all. I don't know what to do. I will tell y'all this is that we will be running a show every day of the week. At least every day of the weekday at first, and then we're going to be running a different show every day of the week. Monday nights is going to be something that's going to be coming soon. And Wednesday is going to, I don't know what to do with Wednesday either. So. Tiffany says she can help on the back end. All right, we'll figure it out. So I'm going to run some stuff through. I'm going to figure it out, and then I'm going to go from there. Let me see what's happening on here. Oh, yeah, I get there. Thank you. What up to my dog, Lance? All right, let me read some of these Cash Apps and Super Chats, and then we're going to go ahead and rock out with the show. All of this is going to be... Shout out to Ian Harrell. I appreciate you. David clearly didn't watch the Millionaire Morning Show this morning. Says, shout out to Eric Horton. Mike, that dude. I appreciate you, Mike, that dude. Spencer Campbell in the building. What up, though, Spencer Campbell? I appreciate you. All right. You in finance, Tiffany? I like rich girls. Anton, we not getting relationship Wednesdays. And I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I don't know what to do yet. I'm leaving all options open and on the table right now. TS says, you saw them trying to diss Ross for supposedly flying first class back from to the States from Asia. talking about he don't have a jet. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that today. I'm gonna save that. DJ Kane says, Anton, can you speak on the DJ ASAP and his wife being sentenced to 40 years for the bent period scheme? I don't know nothing about that. Let me do some research. I'll save that. Steel City Muscle says, jail is just an elevated timeout. I had more doctor visits in jail and healthcare than I ever did while I was free. Jail will never see me again. Nope. Talk about it, bro. Jay Keep It Real says the culture is backwards. SF is sad. Shout out to Mustafa Newsom. I appreciate you for supporting the platform back to back. Thank you. Prometheus says, thank you, AD, for telling the truth. I'm always going to try to tell the truth 100% of the time. Afro Thunder with the 50 ball says, morning. The Karmelo Anthony case is unfortunate. A kid lost his life, and Karmelo Anthony threw away his. I think manslaughter would have been more appropriate, and 35 years is a lot. However, his defense did not make the case as to why his use of force was justified. Thank you, Afro Thunder. I appreciate you, bro. Assurland says, look up black household wealth compared to other races. You think discrepancy exists because blacks are lazy, huh? Yes, we're less educated in fields that matter. We're less likely to hold on to jobs. A lot of times we have felonies that play into the type of jobs that we can get. We don't necessarily understand infrastructure networking effectively. Household income is not just based off of a discrepancy, and it doesn't mean that somebody needs to help you get it out the mud. Matter of fact, let me address that right here. Let's talk about this real quick.
Boycotting's not enough. Boycotting the Asian community is just not enough for me. Honestly, I feel like we need to understand what we're competing against. All right. And in order for us to like really crush our competition and let them know like we really don't need them for real, because we don't. And what that video told me was that their business models, they came here and they made great business models that work in our own communities. And we haven't figured out how to do that. So I'm going to take my accounting expertise and bring it to you. So first of all, we need to understand what we're competing against. All right. Now, one person goes over to Asia, they come here, or that one person comes from Asia, they come over here, they work, save money, buy a building, open up a nail salon. They call 5 of their family members and say, hey, nail salon is up and running. You guys come over here and we're going to start working. Now, this is the one thing we're missing and we don't understand about our competitor. They're not going to pay them the same thing that we would expect here in America. Why? Because their expectations are different. They're not coming here thinking they're going to make $17 an hour. They're actually okay with making 10. They're not rich. So their largest expense is now cut in half. Not only that, but their business model makes sense for our own black communities, right? And I'll say for the specific communities that one man was talking about, right? He's talking about low-income communities. Let's keep it a band. And the reason it works for us is because their price point is low. Why is their price point low? Because they do high volume. High volume meaning there's 5 different people, maybe 6, 7 different employees in there. They can afford to have 6, 7, 8 employees there because they're only paying them $10 an hour. They do not have to pay them the standard rate of like 17. So they can have more employees in there, right? So more employees equals more people that can get done, right? They can probably bust out about $1,500 to $2,000 a day working on maybe, 30, 40 women in one day. That's easy work for them. And that's only one day. So high volume is what helps them. High volume, low price point, okay? Also keep in mind, largest expense is very minimum because they're using foreigners to handle their labor and their business. All right, so now let's talk about us in our black community. I'm not sure why we have all these one-off nail salons. And what I mean by one-off, meaning you have one person in this nail salon, in this studio that's charging about $150 per set. That doesn't work. Why would that ever work? 1, you're not helping the community. 2, you're not giving jobs. 3, yeah, you might be making $600 in a day. But how long is that gonna last? It might not be consistent. And you're doing all the work, right? Because you're just one person. So you're doing the marketing, you're doing the sales, you have to do the nails, you have to do the cleanup, the taxes, the accounting. You're doing everything because you're one person. But if you opened a business, you can spread the wealth.
Let me tell you what really happens, okay? This is really what it comes down to. It's not about whether or not they can pay them cheaper or anything like that. It's really about the fact that the only reason why they do this, and it's not that they're smarter than you, it's not that they're wiser than you or anything like that. Their options are limited because they don't have as much opportunity for you. So they can't come over here and get the same jobs that we have. Actually, what's so interesting about this conversation is that they actually have less opportunity, which forces them to put more into what they're doing. I'll give you an example. We can say, all right, listen, I'm going to go to college, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. I can choose. One of the biggest things that you hear from graduates or from people is, do you want to get a trade? Do you want to go to college? Do you want to do this or do you want to do that, right? Those nail salons and beauty supply stores or whatever it is, the Chinese food restaurants, those are not glorious businesses. Those are not glorious businesses. These are not things that their children is looking to take over. They can't speak the language as well. They're not as educated. A lot of times people that come over into this country, if they're not going into a huge opportunity, they go into Wall Street or something like that, or they're coming to train inside of our universities and they spent a lifetime saving up so that they could send their children to our universities who pay an extreme amount of tuition, and then ultimately they get a good job. Those kids go into a different type of lifestyle and job. They don't come back and take over the family business. They're not trying to work for that and nothing like that. The business ultimately dies with the parents. The only reason why they're opening up these businesses is because that's all they have access to. They're creating a job for themselves. That's why they're working there. And they don't miss. Every day they get up and they go into work. Ain't no 40 hours, ain't no PTO, ain't no I'ma pay this and all of this stuff. They minimize their expenses because they are the business. They're not looking to expand. They're not creating chains. They're not doing none of that stuff. It's little old man, China food restaurant, right up the street. That's it. They're not franchising it out. They're not doing any of that type of stuff. They go, they work their job, which is the business that they created. And that's it. That's it. That's it. That's the end of the conversation. They take 2 weeks at the end of the year. They go to China. They go to mainland China. They told you for the month coming up there, they have a sign written up on the door and saying, we're going to be taking a vacation and for 2 weeks and we're going to mainland China. And that's the end of the conversation. They come back and they work it all year. And then they put their kids through college so that their kids don't have to do the same businesses that they do. Because contrary to popular belief, actually having a job that pays you benefits, health care, 401k, feeds into your retirement, that's actually the biggest flex. A lot of people don't know that. Bro, opening up a business is one of the biggest glorified falsehoods that you will ever experience in your entire life. Because most of them fail. And so you gotta be a different type of person to open up you gotta have you gotta be understanding that you might fail 10 times before you get one success. Most people ain't built like that, but it's sold to you, right? Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? We need to go and open up all of these businesses, or you want to be an entrepreneur so you can control your time. Boy, you know you're gonna be working harder than ever. Where it took you 40 hours to do this, it's gonna take you 100 hours a week just to be able to get the doors open. The hardest thing that you'll ever do in your life is open up a business of any kind and be able to scale it successfully. The hardest thing that you will do in life is to open up a business and to be able to scale it successfully. Because all you doing is creating a job for yourself. As a matter of fact, it's a difference between being an entrepreneur and being a business owner. Because all being a business owner is being able to create a job where you're going to make less than if you was to go into corporate America. That's all it is. And you got to deal with the whims and the woes of the society and the culture. You're going to have some bad weeks where ain't nobody coming in. It's going to be some weeks where it's going to be summertime, so your business is going to suffer. If you're cutting lawn, you got to switch over to doing snow in order to survive because you a polar bear. You hibernate in the wintertime because you can't do no lawn. Can't wait for this. It be people in Detroit, they can't wait for the snow. They be like, oh man, I know people that wake up every day and they check the weather. Is it snow in the forecast? It's gonna be snow in the forecast because that's their lifeblood. If it don't snow, they don't make no money. Is it gonna be snowing today? They wishing for some good snow, big snow, big snow, big snow, big snow. Yes, we can eat this week. So now the big thing and the big trending thing within the black culture and the community on the heels of this whole Karmelo Anthony conversation and stuff is protesting Asian businesses. And so that's why she's having this extensive conversation trying to give you the game on what Asians do in order to be successful inside of the communities in the hood. Oh, you don't know what it's like. You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing about pulling out of your 401k and emptying it out because you believe in this business. Not because you actually see a way for it to be profitable, but because you're still trying to stand it up. And you don't know nothing about that. You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing about what people have been through and what they're trying to do in order to be successful. And so now we've grouped everybody into, and we did the thing that black community don't want us to do, right? We don't want us to do it to us. And so we don't want everybody to be grouped into and stereotype. And so that's the thing that we protest against, right? Don't stereotype. Don't do this. Don't do that. And so we doing it to the Asian community, which people have a right to do what they want to do when they want to do it, right? And so now all black people are online, mostly led by women. And this is what I was saying yesterday. And for the men, I need you to have your own mind and stop being easily controlled by women. And so now they all running around and saying, well, yeah, we gonna support, we only gonna do us. Now, I'm assuming that everybody have figured out by now that all of the products that you're gonna be selling, you still gotta go source it from Asian people in China. Indians. Because we don't. I'm assuming that everybody figured out that our underlying infrastructure is all supported by the very thing that y'all protested against Trump for, right? Trump said we need to bring Americans back business, and y'all said, no, Orange Man bad. And then Rick Child beat the murder case, and y'all said, oh, we need to go ahead and only support our stuff in America. I'm assuming that everybody figured out by now that the iPhones that you use and the planes that you travel on and the clothes that you wear and the technology that you're leveraging and the electric cars that you're trying to buy from China is made from Chinese people. And so we all know that this is selective outrage because it's not really protesting the Asian people or the Asian community. It's an excuse to continue to divide ourselves so that we can make ourselves feel better about the fact that we don't know Rick Child, but we don't like Rick Child because Rick Child is Asian and he's not black. And it just so happens to be a black kid that had a gun is the person that he beat the case against. So what we're going to do, not me, but as a culture, is we're going to selectively act like we don't want to go to an Asian business. And we're going to call them and order a bunch of food in order to drive them out of business. And we're going to make the neighborhood a food desert. And then we're going to come back and we're going to say, well, it's a system that's against me. Black women are going to buy their acetone that's manufactured in China from only black facing stores. The final leg of distribution, that's the first step. That's what they're saying. All right. I want to let her leverage her business expertise to give us some more insight. You go, sis.
So hear me out. Again, disclaimer, I am not in the nail industry, so I don't know all the details, but I'm an accountant and I'm really good with numbers. So follow me here. What if we did
Following, sis.
two different models in a nail factory? Meaning the first model being a membership model. Okay. You tell 150 women that, hey, you can get your nails and toes done twice a month for $200, right? Or maybe you say 300. I'm gonna go with 200 though for math's sake. Okay. If you can get 150 women to do that, that's going to be $30,000 in recurring revenue every single month. Guaranteed. $30,000 in recurring revenue. Okay. Now let's talk about the highest expense. It's going to be payroll. You make it $30,000 in recurring revenue, you can afford to pay somebody $17 an hour. It might cost you about, with 5 employees, that's probably going to cost you about $12,240. That's paying 5 employees, $17 per hour, and they're working about 36 hours per week. That's going to be $12,240. If you add in the taxes and the payroll fees that you're going to have to pay, that's going to be about $16,000. Okay, but you just made $30,000. That leaves you with $14,000 left, or 40%, 47% of your revenue to pay for other things, and that's just one tier. The second tier is that these nail techs that can build their own clientele, come work in the studio in our building. We take 10%. The other 90 is for you. You think one nail tech, let's say they do $5,000 per month, okay? And that's minimum. They do $5,000 per month. We're gonna take 500 of that. You get 10 of those. You done made an extra $5,000. So now instead of $30,000, you just made $35,000.
The first thing, before I even get into breaking this down, all right? Before I even get into breaking this down, let me say that the first thing that you got to do is you got to actually get to work on time and open up your nail salon. Let me let her cook. Go ahead, sis. You got 30 seconds. You got 30 seconds,
Great business
sis.
model, everybody eats. You have your employee, you have your people that want to do their own business, they're keeping 90% of their revenue. Then you have the people that are doing hourly, and you're doing a membership model with them. I want to hear y'all thoughts and what you would think about it, but my goal is to build something sustainable to where we never have to go back to the Asian community. It's not a question of boycotting. You'll never see us again because our business models work in our own communities. All right, that's all I have. Share your thoughts. Bye.
I I love to hear my ladies talk. I love to see how many feminine men is gonna actually listen to this. Um, the way that the country is set up, and this is just my thoughts in general. The way that the country is set up is that we all are interconnected with each other and we all need each other because you can't really have anything without the other person, right? Businesses need customers, businesses need loans, customers need to go to be able to work and make money. Money needs to circulate. People got to spend in order for you to actually make money as a business. Um, the whole 9 yards, right? If I were the Asian community, I wouldn't even say nothing. I wouldn't even say nothing. I would just be like, all right, cool. The way that I would do it, and you know what's so interesting about black culture is that everything we do is loud. So even when it comes to having these conversations, they're not having it siloed. It's not just happening. It's all being protested and being blasted for everybody to know so that they can make adjustments according to whatever it is that you think is supposed to happen, right? And so I would assume that there are white people, Asian people, Indian people, and this is why racism is so dangerous, in my opinion. I would assume that there's people in all walks of life saying, you know what? We used to be black apologists. We used to be liberal apologists. Let them do their own thing. I support people being able to do what they want to do inside of this country. I support black people saying, well, nope, we don't want to mess with Asians no more. We want to only support our own communities. I support it 100% because I think it's your American right to be able to do so. I think that the flip side should also be that people decide to disinvest and pull back from supporting in any way, shape, or form these same people, because I don't think that black people are a monolith. These same people who decide that they want to protest. I think that they should do the opposite. I think they should make it harder for y'all to get any kind of business loans. I don't think that they should hire you based off of your race anymore. I think that they should charge more interest for whenever it is that you apply for a car. I think that they should put race on the application. So if you decide to go into a white establishment and apply for anything that is majority white owned, that they have the reasonable expectation to either deny you or charge you more interest than they would their own communities. I think that people, because the way that I see it is that you treat people how you want to be treated. You treat people the way you want to be treated. Now, what you would start to see is people running and crying victim. If the barrier to entry for us to be able to do some of the things that we're doing on a daily basis, if the barrier to entry was much harder, oh my God, we would be crying and saying the world is against us. You know what I heard? When the white people went to the Ozarks of Arkansas and said, we not against y'all, we just want to build our own community and we want to be able to discriminate against whoever comes inside of our community. And people crashed out. They act like it was the end of the world. I can't believe they called them racist. They called them KKK members. They called them all kind of stuff. Now, black people are trying to do the same thing all of a sudden that they call somebody else racist about. Interesting. Very interesting. But again, I think that everybody has the right to be able to do so. What makes a business successful is if you fill a void or a need, not just because you open up a business. What makes, again, it's not about when I see something say Asian owned or something like that, you'll never see it. Because I go to a business based off of the service that they provide. Somebody would say, okay, well, you should only hire a black real estate agent. Why not go all the way and only get a loan from a black company that could provide you a mortgage? Don't go to the white man. Don't go to the white man. Don't go to the white man to get a mortgage. If you're going to get a real estate agent, I think you should go all the way. No. I think that they should abolish HBCUs, the majority of which was started by white people. I think the only school that y'all should send y'all children to is Diddy School. Y'all forgot Diddy had a school, right? And Umar Johnson. I think that y'all should only go to Umar Johnson School. No? Y'all don't agree with that? Y'all don't agree that we should only send our schools to the black Pan-Africanism? Only eat black food, not just where they serve it, where it's manufactured. Don't go to them unless they actually, the only black slaughterhouses, all of that stuff, right? You know why I don't take this serious? I don't take it serious at all, not even a little bit. Because nothing is going to happen. Nothing is going to happen at all. They're going to go to the gas station and they're going to put gas that they don't even know where their dollar is going inside of the car that was manufactured by a white man inside of a factory, whose parts was supplied by Mexico and China. Then they're going to pay their utilities that goes to the utility company that's owned by God knows who. And then they're going to go and buy the new iPhone. And then they're going to go and stream the new product that's owned by Universal Music Group. Give it a month. We're not even going to be having a conversation about boycotting anything at this point. Give it a month. 1 month. 1 month. Give it a month. All of this shaming, being loud. I think y'all should start your own airline, Soul Plane. Start your own watch company instead of going to Rolex, AP. Right? Go get the black watch. Including materials that's only sourced from Africa. I think that y'all need to change where y'all buy y'all products from and only go to African countries. Don't go get no coffee that comes from anywhere except for some African country. I think y'all should do it. I think y'all should cook up. Do your thing, baby girl. Make sure y'all hit a like for the algorithm. Take y'all shirts off. Take y'all clothes off and only wear African booty scratcher clothes. I think y'all should only wear African booty scratcher clothes. And make sure that they're not appropriating any other culture. Make sure it's dashikis and baskets. I only want to see dashikis and baskets. Made specifically from Africa. Oh yeah, I forgot. Y'all don't like people that's not from the United States of America. Y'all don't rock with Africans, Nigerians, or anybody that's outside of the United States of America. I forgot. Y'all are foundational. So that means you can't even sort. So that means you got to start your own farms. You got to start your own manufacturing facilities. You gotta make your own clothes. You got to do all of that stuff because y'all don't mess with those type of black people. I forgot. We're segmenting ourselves with only a certain type of black people. Remember? Y'all don't remember that? Oh, y'all back to. I thought that y'all didn't mess with all black people. I thought that y'all only rocked with. I thought that y'all. Am I off? I didn't know that y'all even rocked with any people that was outside of the United States of America. Everything need to be made inside of the U.S. No? Don't worry about it. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Uh, 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 What up, Ra? Man, I got some of the prettiest girls inside of my chat. Ra said, my girls and I are about to start a show. What advice are about to start a show? What advice can you give? What advice can I give is the question. I'm assuming that you're saying a content on YouTube or content creation. Have thick skin. Have thick skin. Make your skin like on the X-Men, it was the lady that whose skin had turned into diamonds, have thicker skin than ever before. And if you're not consistent, you're not going to be successful. If you're not consistent, and if you're not consistently improving and becoming better, you're not going to be successful. I'm just keeping it. I'm gonna keep it 1,000% with you. There's a lot of people, that are not very good, but they can get better at what they do as far as content is concerned. And this don't have nothing to do with you, Ra. This is just in general. Some people don't know when to say, you know what, I'm just not good at this. Maybe I'm good at something else. Maybe I'm good at holding the camera. Maybe I'm good at producing. Maybe I'm good. Some of us are meant to be able to create content and to hold an audience for 4 hours. Others of us are not good as content creators, but we keep trying. And so the fastest thing for you to do is to also realize when it's not working and when to pivot. That's number one. Number two is consistency. Number three, and this is very, very important, very, very important, is to know when you hit your ceiling and it's time to rebrand and do something different. I just rebranded this show that quick. This show goes through a rebrand probably every 2 years. I change everything over a period of time. I see some people still doing the same thing over and over again, and they're trash, man, because they're a one-trick pony. They not good. They not good. It doesn't even matter. What up to Ask a Brother podcast? I rock with you, big dog. I like your content. They're not good. It's a reason why some of us blow past that ceiling and some people are still hoping to grow. Hope is not a plan when it comes to creating content. Hope is not a plan. I know Obama sold y'all on that. Hope is not a plan when it comes to content. The competition is fierce. Competition is fierce in this game, and it's only going to get more fierce. And even when you rebrand, you realize that you're going to take 2 steps back in order to take 10 steps forward. You also need to realize, you know what? I'm probably not going to grow any more than I'm growing right now if this thing ain't working. So you got to be able to pivot. You got to be able to pivot. And there's more to it, but, I don't want to spend too much time focusing on things. Good luck to you, Rod, and I hope that you and your girls do really well. Are you going to talk about the Jeff Metcalf video? I am. And I'm assuming that, hold on, let me see something. We gonna talk about it. We'll get into it. As a matter of fact, I'm about to get into everything. I'm about to get into the father. I actually spoke to the father yesterday. Just a brown girl in America says, morning, what about a debate style show? Not with all heavy hitters though. I thought about that too. You know what the only thing about that Just a Brown Girl in America is that I just don't like I don't like doing recruiting. I don't like following up with people. I'm not a texter. You know what I'm saying? So I know that I would be a horrible person to get into a relationship with if I was out here on the market because I'm not a good communicator when it comes to being outside of the internet. I talk so much on the internet that I don't really talk here. And the first thing that I would tell a person is I'm not going to be texting you. And chances are you're going to be texting me and I'm probably not going to text back, but I seen it. Assume that I seen it. I'm not going to be calling you. I'm not the good morning queen. I'm not grand rising king type of person. I'm not none of that. I'm I'm not gonna check on you. I probably don't remember your birthday, so I depend on Siri and my calendar in order to tell me what's going on. I'm a loving person when you're in front of me, but I'm a very disconnected person because I'm connected to what I'm doing when we're not together. I'm not none of that at all. I'm a very hands-off person. Hey Siri, stop. So for me, it's very difficult when it comes to the recruiting because I got all of this other stuff that's in front of me, and I'm like, yo, I don't want to I don't want to reach out to people. I'm not interested in. That's a fact. I'm a super lame. That's a fact. That is, bro. Listen, let me tell you something. That has never been more true than never before. I am the super lamest person that you could ever meet in your entire life. That's a fact. I'm not gonna sit here and deny it. I agree with you. No debate. If you're not in front of me, I don't see you. I agree. I am super lame. You are absolutely right. Congratulations. Let me give you the round of applause. Hello? Okay. Okay. Okay, can I call you guys and check later? I'm kind of really busy right now. No, okay. All right, thank you. Bye. Shout out to all of the lames out there. We the ones that's not going to jail. Um they don't really but listen. They don't really believe that, Dane. They they're looking to get a reaction. I understand this. I've been doing this for a long time. And so they'll put it in all caps or they'll type it with some kind of hidden profile. Really, it's one of the people that love me the most. And they hide themselves and they say, man, you so they don't believe that. That's why they watching. That's why they watching. You know how hard it is to get 2,000? You know how hard it is to get 20 people to watch you? I won't listen. For all of y'all that think that it's so easy to be a content creator, I want you to go live on Instagram tonight and tell me how many people join your live. You know how hard it is? I'm looking at 2,500 people on YouTube alone right now, right? You know how difficult it is to get 20 people to be interested in you for four hours? 20 people. 20. I went to Antonio Brown's live yesterday. I think he had like 200 people watching. I watch famous people that be live. I looked at Elise Neal's live stream. She had like 400 people on there or something. You know how hard it is to get 20 people to actually be interested in what you're saying for 4 hours, let alone for 4 minutes? I don't look at this as an insult. I don't look at this as an insult. I'm a superstar. Whenever I do a meetup, it's sold out in person. People, did y'all see the last meetup that we did? It was a line wrapped outside the door, and people were trying to get in. There was a line outside. The manager came up to me and said, I don't know who you are, but this is crazy. This is crazy. Y'all couldn't get 20, you can't get 20 of your family members to come and show up to your business opening. You couldn't get 20 people to actually repost what your business opening date is. You ever been to one of my shows? It's crazy. The whole audience is full. They all in there from front to back. Comedian can't even pull the type of audience I can. Not in real life. Ain't got more money than me. Ain't got nothing. We gonna get there anyways. Let's continue. Let me get these super chats off, and then we gonna get to this whole Karmelo Anthony situation. Shout out to my girl, just a brown girl in America. Nice idea, great idea. I got that on the docket. Jay Watt says Slimmy and Q sports debate show or Slimmy and Molly conspiracy show. I'm here for either one. You know what the problem with all of that is that I would have to be the person that actually facilitates it. I would still have to be there. I would still have to move stuff around and shift the screen and all of this other type of stuff. And a lot of times come up with the subjects. A lot of people don't realize how hard it is for people to just go on a live stream and just fire it up and just go. Y'all just so used to me being there that it's just normal. Asherland says black men get longer prison sentences for the same or similar crimes as their white counterparts as stated by the U.S. Sentencing Commission. Okay. What other factors go into that? Does previous crimes happen? Does the quality of your lawyer matter? Does what state that you get sentenced? I want to know all of the context. I'm not saying that you're not right, but I just want to know everything behind that. What up, Mia? Mia says, question, what did my local businesses do to be punished? Are people not focused on shopping locally daily? You're right. The logical pill says, bag chaser for life, been watching you for 4 years, trying to be a part of the AD team, bro. Shout out to logical pill. I don't know where to add people. Life for Chunk says, thanks for telling me to stop being lazy and comfortable in the help desk. I got on my feet in the DC field and doubled, about to triple what I made a year ago. Let me throw that up there. That's why I don't be mad about taking y'all super chats, because I know I done saved y'all lives. Nick says, as someone that came as a foreign exchange student, y'all don't understand. We are the ones that pay the big bucks. Talk to him, Nick. TS says, you saw Karmelo parents' interview on the Breakfast Club? No, I did not see it, but I'll pull it up. Saturday Night Beater says, black women built the Asian dynasty. They owe you. Tracy Morgan diss teachers? Nope, didn't. Tracy Morgan is rich enough to be able to diss and say whatever he want to say at this point. Asherland says median black net worth is $44,000, while white's net worth is $250,000. On the 1% and 2% black households have a net worth of $1 million or greater. Explain this. Yeah, we like to spend money and do shit that don't matter. We go into, bro. It's. I'm sorry for cursing, y'all. My bad. We pick the wrong degrees in curriculum fields. We get felonies. We don't save. We don't invest inside of our 401k. We don't inherit our parents' home and we sell it off when they die. It's a whole lot of factors that can go into that. We don't invest in our children's education. It's a lot of single parent households. You're much more likely to not make $1 million in your lifetime if you are raised in a single parent household than raised in a 2-parent household. Our cultural norms, our music, the things that we celebrate. We love chains, right? We don't invest in assets, but we make sure that we wear shiny jewelry. You want me to continue to go more? You want me to go more? I don't even have to do no research to be able to tell you all of that. Sorry. Wesley Turner says we are a group of consumers and not producers. Yeah, we don't make nothing. We just sell stuff. Shout out to Ask a Brother Podcast. I appreciate you for stopping in. Jeff St. James. Bro, he has such a distinguished name. $1,000 a month, HSA or S&P 500. S&P 500. April Couch says, my husband and I love watching you together. What up, April? What up, April and husband? Asherland says, he gonna keep hitting me with these. Over 1 million World War II black veterans were systematically blocked from VA loans and pushed into ghettos. Systematically blocked, okay? Send me the article of that. Tell me how this doesn't affect black families now. Send me the article, and I'll check, and I'll break it down for you. Let's go over it. Rory Whitfield says, you see the Canada pilot had a fake license for 17 years? Yeah, I seen that. I did see it. I didn't think it was anything worth discussing. I don't think it's nothing that we can ban out from that. 3194 says, Asherlin, with this Karmelo Anthony case, you see exactly why. Not that I agree with it. TS says, Nightcap had 58,000 in the chat. Shout out to Nightcap. That's big. That's big. That's huge. My stream is messing up. Is my stream messing up, y'all? Rickman X says my stream is messing up. Yeah, y'all might have to leave and come back if the stream is messing up for you. All right? It's nothing I can do on my end. He said he left and came back and fixed it. Nice. All right, y'all. Let me let's get into this Karmelo Anthony conversation that can rule a nation. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let's get to it.
Welcome back. Karmelo Anthony filing to appeal his 35-year prison sentence for the murder of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a Frisco track meet. He has the possibility of parole after serving half that sentence. An audible gasp heard inside the courtroom as the sentence was read. Karmelo Anthony, inconsolable, his head hung low, crying. And for the first time since the trial began, Austin's twin brother Hunter walked into the courtroom. He spoke directly to Karmelo Anthony. I just want some respect if you could look me in the eye. Karmelo looked up. Hunter continued, I'm trying to learn how to forgive. I'm trying to understand why he had to go. You took away someone who was supposed to be an uncle to my kids. Austin's father also spoke directly to his son's killer. We were robbed. Don't look down. The public response sickens me, especially when a gag order doesn't allow me to defend my son. This was never about race or politics. But what you did was to choose to make it about both. Grief is not sad, it's rage. A piece of me died with my son. I forgive you, but I do not forgive what you did. You can't even look me in the eye, but you can stab my son in the effing heart.
Yo. That would probably get to me and break me. That would probably get to me and break me right there. Somebody says, hold on, let me go to the original quote, the beginning part. He says, we were robbed. Don't look down. This is the dad, the Jeff Metcalf. We're going to get to him in a little bit. The public response sickens me, especially when a gag order doesn't allow me to defend my son. This was never about race or politics. Let's talk about it. We're going to talk about this on After Hours Room 9 tonight. He said it was never about race or politics, but what you did was choose to make it about both. And we're all complicit. We're all complicit. And the reason that we're complicit is because we can't help but to make it about race. The father of the son that was slain said we shouldn't make it about race. Everybody else that had nothing to do with the situation, every single Monday morning quarterback, never spoke about it first from the lens of right and wrong. We couldn't even have a conversation about the difference between right and wrong when it came to this situation because everybody immediately wanted to throw race into it. And even when they compared it to another case, they always compared it based off of race, not even case law. They never referenced anything that was similar to it as far as the crime that was committed and what happened to the person as far as whether or not they were guilty or innocent. The only thing that they leaned into is the race aspect of the conversation. That is the only and most important thing that we care about in society is not right or wrong. We only care about race. That is it. Nothing else matters. And I've been speaking about this lately, even more outside of the culture, in that race becomes a part of a person's identity. When you see somebody go on the internet, right? And let me tell you what happens to a lot of content creators, especially the fly-by-night ones, the Instagram people, the TikTok people that ain't really getting no money, right? It happens on YouTube too. It happens everywhere, right? But what happens is, let's say somebody says something online and they're passionate about something in particular and they go viral. They go viral. Oh my God, I'm boycotting Asian businesses and A, B, C, D, E, F, G, whatever, blah, 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 because I want to support Karmelo Anthony. And they catch a hit. They catch that dopamine hit and people, yeah, girl, we need to boycott. We need to do this. We need to do that. Because they got that dopamine hit every single because they'll try. They'll try. They're going to try and they're going to try to talk about grocery haul. And what they're going to realize is that nobody cared about you and your thoughts. They only cared about the fact that you were aligning with them in the conversation that they were having. And so what happens is that becomes a part of their identity. Everything that they talk about is going to be coming back to that. Something race related, because they can't help themselves, because that's the thing that makes them feel relevant in any conversation. Otherwise, nobody would listen to you. So the first thing that black people did when the verdict came out was not have a conversation about whether or not it was right or wrong. Even if you were on the opposite end of the spectrum as far as saying that he was right or he was wrong, I would respect you because you actually were having a conversation. But the first thing that we did was we picked up our devices and we said, oh, it's racist. It's a race thing. I kill you, I don't get off. It's because y'all racist. I don't get the job that I want. It's because it was racist. Because I didn't see any diversity, equity, and inclusion. There wasn't any people of color on that interview panel. Make me pay for my food inside of the restaurant. Said I didn't tip. Oh, you racist. You're racist. Our businesses is failing. It's systematic. They never had a conversation about right or wrong. Every single part of the conversation was about race. The first thing that happened when this whole thing popped off, I don't know if y'all remember, the first thing that happened was civil rights leaders came into the mix. We seen everybody having a conversation, all the civil rights leaders, all something. And I propose that what happened in Austin Metcalf, and, I'm not saying that their family, was going to seek justice, but this is bigger than them. This is bigger than Austin Metcalf and Karmelo Anthony. We have to make sure that we are on code with each other and make sure you blast out the GoFundMe information, because if he don't get a fair trial, we are going to boycott all Texas white businesses. Black power. Jasmine Crockett ain't had nothing to say about nothing. We're going to get to her in a second. Jasmine Crockett ain't had nothing to say about nothing since she done lost the primaries down there in Texas But all of a sudden, she popped up. Now, I said to myself, I'm not even going to talk about Jasmine Crockett going forward. I am going to completely detach myself from anything Jasmine Crockett related because she's about to leave office. As long as she's not trying to be a content creator, then I don't have anything to say about Jasmine Crockett. God bless her. I wish her the best. She lost. Who cares? Keep it moving. Next thing you know, I see Jasmine Crockett making this about race.
Not sad, it's rage. A piece of me died with my son. I forgive you, but I do not forgive what you did. You can't even look me in the eye, but you can stab my son in the effing heart. Austin's mother telling Anthony, you may have just been given a sentence of 35 years behind bars. You can consider yourself lucky because I've been sentenced to a lifetime without my son. Heartbreaking, devastating. This case
and that's the that's the real interesting part
but
about
somehow
this whole situation.
It also became
the real interesting part about it is that as much as we saying, well, that's a long sentence, he's going to be out in 17 years. He'll still be in his 30s. He's still got life ahead of him. That's the interesting part about this whole conversation. He still has a life that he can atone for, live. He can still have children. He can still get a job. He can still go and travel. He can still realize the American dream. He can still do whatever he want to do after he get out of jail, after he serve his sentence. The son is never coming back. He's never coming back. Never. That's the part that everybody is forgetting. The son ain't ever coming back. He never coming back. He'll never have kids. He'll never have a wife. He'll never, you know what I'm saying, be able to, he never, wasn't, no prom, no nothing.
Tribal. Outside the courthouse and online in the comments section, a modern American racial drama played out. Not because everyone saw it that way, but because a group of activists insisted on seeing it that way.
I said as a former prosecutor, this was a legal lynching that happened in this slaughterhouse. This is a slaughterhouse. This is not a courthouse. This courthouse is designed when you will come here and you look like us, to slaughter you. That's what they were. Those twins are domestic racist terrorists.
Illegal lynching, domestic.
A former prosecutor says that the twins, one of which died from being stabbed, the high school twins, that's crazy. Ain't a sympathy in the world. Ain't a piece of sympathy ever.
Terrorists. That person is a lawyer.
Wow.
My question is, who gave that person a law degree or a bar card? Unfortunately, it gets worse.
They should have both been arrested.
They both should have been dead. Both brothers. Both of them should have been dead. You ask me?
They both should be dead, referencing the twins. This poison extended to the Metcalf parents.
We are some hateful people, bro. We are some hateful people. The first thing that I said when I seen this verdict come down and when I seen this happen was, man, ain't nothing good gonna come from this. And I predicted that this was gonna happen. I said nothing good comes from this. One person is dead. One person is going to jail. I don't want this outcome from either one. In my personal opinion, the best case scenario for this was for everybody to walk away and everybody's still alive and everybody is still free and everybody goes to live their life, because after high school, nobody is going to interact with anybody in the first place. My first thing for both families was, man, this was so messed up. Lives is lost, opportunity squandered, people's lives is upended for the rest of their life. Nobody is ever going to live a normal life again. And the first thing that I see people saying is they both should be dead. Huh? What do you mean they both should be dead?
If he was right, we wouldn't even be here today. It would have never came to court. It would have never been.
Let me just say this. I want to hear everything that she says. The way that I was about to say it, I know that it was probably going to not be a good thing because, people would have felt some type of way about it. let me do it the nice way. Black women, sit down. Sit down and be quiet, please. And y'all know how I would have said it the other way. Had this been black robe Anton, black hoodie Anton, pro-black Anton, liberal Anton, I would have said it a completely different way. But this is the Millionaire Morning Show. We had a rebrand, and so we're going to approach this differently. Y'all got to be quiet, bro. Sit down. Sit down and please calm yourself. I'm doing it the nice way. Calm yourself and be very, very quiet like a church mouse. Y'all make everything 10 times worse. Every reaction that y'all got going on, all of the different, the energy that you give, please be quiet. Please, for the love of God. Honestly, when it comes to social issues, right now, I just genuinely don't want to hear what black women got to say. I don't want to hear what any woman got to say, matter of fact. But I don't hear anything from any other woman except for black women. I hear black men, I hear white men, I hear Asian men, I hear all of these things, and then I hear black women. Thank you, Gold. Y'all gotta be quiet. Please, you're loud and you're wrong. And you're always on the wrong side of history. Every single time. Always on the wrong side of history. Every time it get warm outside, I keep seeing y'all. Every time. Every time that it's time for y'all to speak, y'all be quiet. And every time that we don't want y'all to speak, y'all being loud. In the media, embarrassing us and making us look bad. And it's all, you always yell everything. You don't have a conversation. When I seen the guy, the black guy, I disagreed with him, but he was just chill, like, you know what, this and that, no. And I see my queens, and I love y'all. I love y'all, whatever. You know how I love y'all. I speak glowingly about how it's important for us to always rock out with my chocolate queens. But I'm just saying, y'all loud and y'all wrong, and y'all are always, when it comes to politics, when it comes to elections, when it comes to gay rights, when it comes to social issues, court cases, bro, 10 times out of 10, you're off, you're wrong, and you're always on the wrong side of the conversation. Fathers, please come get these chicks and take them home. Husbands, come get y'all women and take them home and tell them that we're not interested in what they got to say right now. Boyfriends, hey man, can you get your chick, bro? Y'all ever ran into a miserable man and the chick was just loud and wrong and the guy was just sitting there and you'd be like, hey man, you gonna get your girl, bro? And he'd be like, what you want me to do? What you want me to do? Man, you talk to her. I gotta live with her. You talk to her. I gotta live with her. Every time they want to put a microphone in front of the face to represent what the black community is, you know who they go and get? A loud one. A loud one. I'm so immune to it, I bang out on the phone. The minute that I hear a woman start talking to me a little while, I'll get quiet. That's the first warning. And if they say, Anton, do you hear me? I still be calm. But I make sure I do something to let them know that I still hear them, but I'm not going to respond. So I'll just keep on, I'll type loud. Or I might say something in third person. Man, I don't know what these chicks is talking about to Anton from AntonDaniels.com, but I know they're not talking to me like this. I'll say it in a distance. If the next 3 words ain't, you know what, I'm sorry, or, you know what, let me calm down. Bang. Me and Hendrix, I'll turn the music up. Me and Hendrix, the man, 10 toes on quicksand. I don't want to hear that, bro. I ain't trying to hear nothing you talking about. At all. Bang out. Boom. I hung up on my daughter the other day. She started raising her voice a little too loud, like started going up a little bit. I banged out. She called me back. She said, Dad, what happened? I said, oh, you know what? You was getting, she was like, oh no, I was just excited. I was like, oh, my bad. I had to pop. my bad. I didn't mean to bang out on you like that. Oh, man, I'm not about to say, man, listen, bro. I tell y'all, that's a young man's game going back and forth, trying to get control.
No handcuffs. We wouldn't be here today. They said we supposed to know how to act around white people. What the is that? You should have taught your sons to go get a adult like we know how to do.
I can't do it, bro. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Hey, man. Hey, dog, call the police. Get her, bro. I can't do it, man. I'm not built like that. I don't have it in me, ladies. I'm sorry. I don't. Whoever it is that you talk to like that or around, you're going to have to be different when you come over here. I can't do it. I'm not built like this. Oh, no. I'm not built like this, bro. I don't even know how y'all voice can do that for an extended period of time. I can't do this, bro. What did the word say? It's better to sleep on a roof than to tussle with a quarrelsome woman or something like that. I'm not.
Friends of the Metcalf family were even followed to their car. So the question is, how far has this reaction spread?
You see how white people not going for y'all nonsense no more? Look at that. Let me tell you something about white people. They're Americaned up. They're not going for y'all nonsense no more. White people are Americaned up. They don't care how many of you there are. They're not intimidated by you no more. They're not going to cower. They're not scared. They don't think that you're going to follow them to their car. White people are Americaned up. They got the American stars and stripes at the top. They got the red stripes at the bottom. They got all the stars, the exact amount of stars going all around their body. They not worried about you. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about what you're saying anymore. You're loud and you're wrong. They don't care no more. White people off you. They don't care. They not tripping no more. Not another minute. They like, you know what? Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to, Theophilus? You're not going to continue to threaten me in my country. No way. 100 years ago, you never say this to me to my face. Huh? Say something. You done got out of line, buddy. 100 years ago? Ha! Ha! You wouldn't even touch my pies. 100 years ago, buddy, you'd be going to a completely different bathroom. You'd be using an outhouse, not standing here in front of the White House. See what happens? Boy, buddy, you're lucky this is 2026. You're lucky. You're lucky. Be very thankful. Whoever you got to thank, Martin Luther the King, whoever you got to thank, buddy, be thankful. Because, that type of rhetoric, that'll get you dragged, buddy. You're real tough because you got social media now. Let me help you to understand something. I know, listen. Let me tell you something. I know that white people, y'all got it in y'all. Y'all pushing yourself to it. White people been hyping themselves up for probably the better part. I got the window cleaner guy right here. Let me show you. Let me show you the window cleaner guy. Y'all trying to figure out what that banging is. There's window cleaner man. Get it, window cleaner. I see you, big dog. Window cleaner man is over here doing the Lord's work. Don't worry about it. We're going to figure it out. Look at this. 2026, I got white people cleaning my windows, and I'm over here in a professional shirt streaming with y'all. Tell me that the American dream ain't real. Keep on telling me that we have to have. A lot of people don't even know I'm on the verge of buying a whole building. I'm actually in negotiation about a building. Somebody's son is on a crane risking their life to clean my windows. And I'm in here having a conversation with y'all making an egregious amount of money about race relations. We're talking about racism in 2026. And I have this guy right here. Arms is tired. Arms are heavy, knees weak, arms are steady, his sweater on my arm are ready, bomb spaghetti, he's nervous, but on the surface he look calm and ready to drop bombs, but he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes so loud, he opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. Time's up, over, blow. Snap back to reality, up, there goes Rabbity, up. No, that's a pure American white man. This is all pure American white. That's not a Mexican. That's a pure American white bread man. And I love white people. I love black people. I love everybody. It's just the truth. It's just the truth. This is the life that we live now. And we're sitting here talking about race relations. White people are sick of it. White people are sick of it. They said, you know what? You want to know what they really want to tell you? Hey, white people, you want me to tell y'all what do you want me to tell black people what white people really want to say to black people? Look at all of the white people DMing me on the low because they don't want to actually type in the side of the chat. Yeah, Anton, tell them.
Cardi B has a take. She wrote on X, wow, just freaking wow, disgusting. This is not justice. This is trying to make an example. But Cardi B is a moron. The question is, how widespread is this sentiment? Does a significant percentage of Black America see the victim as Karmelo Anthony? We have some evidence. It was really about 50 D-list race hustlers outside the courtroom each day. Their champion was...
Make sure y'all tapping into the Patreon. The link to the Patreon is pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Good stuff in there. We got Block Club coming up soon.
Illiterate criminal Dominique Alexander. I mean, this case was so obvious it couldn't even gain the attention of Al Sharpton or Ben Crump. And Ben Crump has never met a race story where he didn't want to be the main character.
Facts.
But this is where the story takes a turn. Because what started outside the courthouse found its way into politics. Texas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett defended what Karmelo Anthony did.
As a 5'3" woman, if a 300-pound man is beating me, like on top of me and beating me down, I'm not limited to fist. Because I'm telling you right now, if you are twice my weight and got way more strength than me, and you got me pinned down, I don't believe I'm gonna survive.
When did that become a part of the conversation? When did I miss something? Because I've been following this case extensively. I've been looking at all of the cliff notes. I've been looking to the reactions. I'm trying to figure out, was this what happened? Or is this some other case that she's talking about?
You know, I would argue that even
look at everybody that's on there. Listen, let's stereotype really quickly. Congresswoman Crockett, Jesus Vorosinimakaki. Not from here. Courtney J. White, redhead. We can tell by the lady in the pink shirt who she is because all we got to do is look at the picture in the background. And whoever that last person is.
the only time we go into things like people's hands being considered deadly weapons is typically like if they're a professional boxer or that kind of stuff. But I think by the time you start getting to like football player, good argument. Good freaking argument.
If a 300-pound man had Jasmine Crockett on the ground beating her, I would defend her use of self-defense.
Facts.
Because that's what would be supported by the facts and the evidence. It's not a modern American racial drama where the skin color of the characters is all that matters. It's the facts, the circumstances, and the evidence that matter. But that seems to escape the Congresswoman, who has lectured the Metcalf family about real pain.
Black women, especially Black women who have Black male children, live in fear and agony every single day. A fear and agony that I promise you, the Metcalfs probably never spent a day living that way. And we're gonna have to have just some real conversations about race and this.
Their kid is dead. The father never wanted to make it about race. We are completely disconnected from what is going on in the culture, and they have no empathy whatsoever for a dead child.
Country.
Simply existing as a Black woman in this country is more painful than losing your son to murder. Disgraceful, unethical, unbecoming a member of Congress. It takes a simple majority. Members of Congress, Jasmine Crockett should be censured. Joining me now, prosecutor in the Karmelo Anthony trial, Bill Werski, and Collin County District Attorney Greg Willis. Gentlemen, thanks for being with us here today. Mr. District Attorney, I think I'll start with you. Let me get your reaction to the sentencing of Karmelo Anthony. I'm sure you men are relieved and happy with the verdict. How do you feel about the sentence of 35 years?
Well, Will, I'm gratified by it. I think the jury did a great job of listening to the facts, following the law, and ultimately they had to balance sentencing a now 19-year-old, but was 17 when he committed the crime. They had to balance that with the profound, permanent, and unnatural loss of Austin Metcalf to his family.
Bill, during the sentencing phase of this trial, the defense only put on the stand Karmelo Anthony's mother, and the prosecution, you chose, I believe, not to put on any witnesses. Why?
Well, there's a lot of legal strategy that goes into that, Will, so I can't really get into the ins and outs. I can tell you in any criminal trial, especially murder trials, both sides kind of play the hands they're dealt in terms of the cards. But it's not unusual, having done murder cases on both sides for 30 years, to have a punishment phase go that fast in a Texas murder trial.
What has been, I'll go back to you for this one, Greg. What has been the reaction of the community? You're the district attorney in Collin County. What has been the reaction of the community to both the conviction and the sentencing?
I think
I'm going to get to the father in a second.
Very pleased and happy, and they're glad that it was peacefully resolved and that it was resolved based upon the law and the evidence instead of online clickbaiting and online influencers trying to manipulate people. I think it's a great thing that in America, despite AI, despite all the technology around, that our bedrock principles of a criminal jury trial still survive if we follow the process, and that's what happened here.
Bill, we know what took place outside the courtroom. We know what's been said online. This case has taken on the character of a racial drama.
Yep.
How much, if any of that,
As
made its
predicted.
way into the courtroom?
Absolutely none of it will. You know, in fact, we were very gratified that one of the defense lawyers in their closing statement admitted to the jury this case was never about race, because that was our position from day one. And I know we didn't have cameras in the courtroom because of the age of many of the witnesses, but I want your viewers to know, and the public, we called about 17 eyewitnesses, and it was a very diverse group of young men and women that came into court to testify. And the jury that saw that quickly realized this case was never about race. This case was about murder, plain and simple.
Bill, there's been a lot of misinformation. There's been people suggesting it was an all-white jury. It was not. We know the facts, an all-white jury. But your critics will say, well, there were no black jurors. Tell me about the jury selection process.
Well, we started out with 500 jurors, Will. That was whittled down based on specific answers and questionnaires to about 250. And then we talked to those 250. One thing I can assure you and your viewers, the jury that tried this case and found him guilty and set the sentence was a very diverse jury that accurately reflected a cross-section of our community here in Collin County.
Greg, it was just announced just a few, roughly half hour ago, that Karmelo Anthony has filed his notice for appeal. What's your reaction?
I would say it's expected. I mean, this is very typical, especially in murder cases, but any case where the defendant gets a lengthy sentence, it's normal for a notice to appeal to be filed. So it would be more surprising if there had not been a notice filed.
Well, on the note of surprise, Bill, were you surprised, or because it is so common, did you expect not to hear from Karmelo Anthony, that the defense chose not to put Karmelo Anthony on the stand?
Well, in many criminal cases, we never hear from the defendant. The prosecutor in me, of course, wants to ask questions, wants to cross-examine. And a lot of times in self-defense cases, the conventional wisdom is you're not going to win on self-defense unless you call your client. So I was hoping he would take the stand. I was hoping jurors in our community would get to hear whatever story he chose to tell. But, you know, ultimately it's his decision under our Constitution, and we have to respect that. And as frustrating though it may be, you know, we had to live with it.
I still believe personally that it is a travesty that both kids, my position is going to stay the same. My position is what it is. And I know that people don't like it because they want me to pick one side or the other. I think that if you are convicted amongst a jury of your peers, then you are guilty. It is what it is. And then more importantly, I think that the biggest takeaway from this is just that you have children or young teenagers whose lives could have been much different. And now, because they decided to take a different path, lives are going to be ruined forever. XR Reacts says, let me address this. Is everybody, for whatever reason, thinks that I'm supposed to have a certain perspective because Charleston is my friend, right? XR X Reacts says, AD, how do you feel about your boy C. White defending Karmelo? I don't feel any type of way. Charleston is my homie. And let me say this. Let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all have friends that have differences of opinion than y'all? And are y'all still friends because they have a difference of opinion? I think that Charleston need to be getting his money, running up his bag, and I don't have anything negative to say about Charleston. You're not going to get me to say anything about, like, and I know that's what the basis of the question is usually, because they're trying to get me to say something negative about the people that I rock with and that I love. I think his opinion is his opinion, and I still love him and I rock with him regardless. I don't know what y'all looking for me to say. What would y'all like for me? What would y'all like for me to say? I rock with my guy. What you talking about? That's all I got to say. I love C. And if I had a disagreement with him, then I can tell him. I'm not gonna tell you. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what y'all trying to insinuate as a result of that. I don't know what that means. Like, am I supposed to not rock with my guy because you feel some type of way about it? We're gonna go over to Karmelo Anthony's parents next. Let me read some of these soups. You know what else I want to talk about? I want to talk about Patrick Mahomes. Before the end of the show, remind me, y'all, to talk about Patrick Mahomes' new contract, 500 M's. I'm going to talk about that in a second, bro. Rick Man says, well, he did the crime. He needs to do the time. That's how it goes, baby. That's how it goes. Johnny Mack says, did you see the lead attorney's video on the Karmelo Anthony case? I sent it to your email. He provides an interesting perspective. No, I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to check it out, though. Isaiah Robinson, I was assuming the lead attorney probably has some insight on it, considering that he is an attorney and that's his wheelhouse. The Baytown Sterling High School incident, December 2025, something similar. He was white and got off and he killed his classmate. Look into it. You send it to me. Send me what I need to look at and then I'll check it out. I'm not gonna remember to research it myself. I'm gonna tell you right now. Only Just Commentary says our black women in the U.S. are the first to open their mouths but don't respect the same boys and men they pretend to protest for. Outlander says, I'm a 33 with an estate plan and life insurance set up and a financial plan to keep me on track. For some reason, this isn't normalized in black households. Even though I had to teach myself a lot of things, I got it done. Hey, shout out, let me give you a round of applause. Gotta celebrate, baby. Shout out to Outlander. I love that. Wade Report says, these your cousins, Anton. Facts. That's a fact. I got loud cousins just like the rest of them. That Drake song should be retitled Jasmine Shut the F. Instead of Janice, it's Jasmine. Mr. Joe says, I'm so glad Jasmine's degenerate self got voted out of office. We can't keep letting demented people like her hold a public office position. S. Dresden says, Jesus Christ. Shout out to you, S. Dresden. I appreciate you, big dog. Thank you for holding us down. All right, y'all, let's pivot. We got to get to the parents. This is the parents and what their take is on the whole situation. Hey, and thank y'all for continuing to hold me down. Again, make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description. Let's get it.
This morning, we have an exclusive interview with the parents of a Texas teenager sentenced this week to 35 years in prison for killing a fellow high school athlete. On Tuesday, a jury found 19-year-old Karmelo Anthony guilty of murdering 17-year-old Austin Metcalf. His lawyers plan to appeal. They say prosecutors wrongly excluded black people from the jury. Anthony's parents spoke with Jonah Kaplan about their son, the trial, and their message to the Metcalf family.
My son didn't intend to hurt anyone. My son was defending himself.
It took less than 3 hours for a jury to reject 19-year-old Karmelo Anthony's claims of self-defense in the stabbing death of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf. Prosecutors argued Anthony intentionally killed Metcalf after being taunted and shoved by Metcalf and his teammates at a high school track meet.
Take us inside that courtroom. What stuck out to you?
What stuck out to me, number one, was the all-white jury. But I was trying to be, like, all right, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, the truth is on our side.
At the sentencing hearing, the defense called only one witness on Anthony's behalf, his mother, Kayla Hayes.
What did you tell the jury?
To have mercy on my son.
What do you say to his grieving family?
it's unfortunate to where nobody wins. We've all been hurt by this. Everybody.
That poor boy is fixing to experience a life that I would not wish upon anyone.
Austin Metcalf's father, Jeff, called Anthony's sentencing bittersweet.
I'm going to get to him in a second. I want to focus on the parents.
Prompting protests in support of both teens. And both families involved say they've received threats.
This morning, I've had multiple...
Let me fast forward.
Say continues to dox them.
Why are you calling me, man?
To make fun of you.
Both families urge supporters to tame.
I don't agree with that. I hate that part of the culture. I hate that part because that's just wrong. That's just wrong. But see, that shows you how evil people are. Guess what? White people, I know that y'all let me say this, bro. Let me just say this. To all of my whites out there, let me say this. This is not a victory for you. This is a travesty on all ends. I know that white people are excited by the idea that black people are put in a place in this situation because they need to know that their law is going to apply to you too. There's a difference between being fatigued in the way that you don't like the culture and some of the things that happen inside of the culture, but there's another aspect of that when you then get empowered and you celebrate, because I would never celebrate somebody going to jail. Two things could be true. They could deserve whatever punishment that comes with it, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to celebrate them going to jail because it's still a travesty. And for the extreme white people, because I know that just like it ain't all black people, it's black culture, because that's the thing that we celebrate the most. For all of the extreme white people also, this is not a victory for you. This is not a victory. This is not something to celebrate. Guess what? After you get done calling the father and trying to make his life difficult, you still got to go to your stupid life, and you still going to be sitting there trying to figure out how you going to pay for gas because you poor. Because believe it or not, parity is getting closer and closer, and that the decisions that you make is going to long-term affect your lifestyle. And it doesn't matter whether Karmelo Anthony go to jail for 35 years or he goes to jail for 5 years. You still have to live your life. So what I'm wondering is, why aren't you taking this with grace? Now is not the time for you to stoke more racial issues, because racism and the fact that we keep highlighting it is one of the reasons why we can't get over it. This is not the time that you sit here and gloat. You don't celebrate this type of thing because it makes people more bitter. You bothering the father doesn't change the circumstances of one kid is dead and the other one is going to jail and going to prison. What's wrong with you? You evil. It's evil. It's just pure evil. Pure evil. You're a scumbag. If you're celebrating somebody going to prison, that's evil. It's pure evil. Now, of course, some people saying, well, no white people that I know are celebrating. Well, again, like I said, I preface this by saying that I don't believe that this is everybody. I don't believe that this is everybody. You know what? My first reaction to this situation when it first came out, when they said he getting 35 years, my heart dropped. Somebody says they couldn't even apologize to the family. That's my issue. Think, Catania. I want you to think, baby girl. You know why they can't apologize to the family? Because they plan on filing an appeal. And if you're filing an appeal, Remember, anything you say or do can be used against you. So why would they apologize when they're filing an appeal and they're trying to maintain their innocence because they want their son to come home? Just like any parent, no matter whether they did good or they did bad, you're going to defend your kid when it comes to the court of law because you're going to put up all of the resources. You're going to do anything you can to get them to beat the case, right? And so if they apologize and say, I'm sorry, then that then goes against them when it comes to his innocence that he's proclaiming. Even though he's convicted, if he's filing an appeal, he's still proclaiming innocence. So you can't go and apologize to the family because that is an admission of guilt. It's still a legal precedence that's in this. So again, it's not about how you feel. It's not about how you feel. They still have to abide by what their lawyers are telling them to do so that they can get this appeal filed. So it's not about you. Stop making yourself the center of attention. It's not about how you feel. You shouldn't have an issue. You should just be looking at this and saying, man, this is messed up. I think that this is right. I think that this is wrong. But it ain't about how they make you feel. If I'm filing an appeal, I'm not going to sit there and say anything. I'm not going to say nothing. I don't even know what I can and can't say. I'm going to be quiet. That's what lawyers are for. I may have all of the sympathy and empathy in the world in the inside, but I'm not going to say nothing because my lawyer ain't advising me that I should say something.
Both families urge supporters to tame their emotions.
I forgave him. But people need to understand about forgiveness. Forgiveness was not for him. Forgiveness was for me, so I don't carry the rage, the hate, and
I'll get there in a minute.
Texas.
Carmelo Anthony's family is also talking tonight. They believe the trial was unfair from the start. They do plan to appeal. Our Ken Molestina to continue now our team coverage.
A day after the trial, Carmelo Anthony's parents, Andrew Anthony and Kayla Hayes, sat down to break their silence and to let the world know how they're feeling as their son begins his 35-year sentence for murder. Despite what a jury found, his parents dispute their son ever wanted to kill.
I know a lot of y'all are lawyers when it comes to the appellate court, and you understand what it means to appeal and all of this stuff because everybody is saying what can and can't happen. I like to let nature take its course. I like to see how it's going to play out, and then I'll react to it later. But you don't know what the appeals court is going to do. Nobody knows anything until it happens.
Austin Metcalf.
My son is no murder. My son didn't intend to
Got that middle, ain't that what y'all call it, a middle part bust now?
hurt anyone. My son was defending himself. And that's what hurt so bad.
His mother recounts the moment she addressed the jury and made her plea to them during the sentencing phase.
To have mercy on my son. That's what I told the jury.
I spoke to this man yesterday. I don't think it even makes sense to even do an interview at this point because they didn't already spread themselves too thin. And let me tell you another reason why I was questioning if I wanted to do an interview or not is because I don't ask the same questions that the Breakfast Club is going to ask. I don't ask the same questions that the news is going to ask. I'm going to ask the type of questions that I think that everybody really want to know. And I don't think that that bodes well for their son. If they're filing an appeal, if they're trying to do whatever it is that they're going to do, I don't want to get involved in having an effect on the legal precedence that takes place inside of these courtrooms. And so I don't think that it makes sense for me, honestly. And again, we spoke on the phone yesterday, and I was like, yo, just let me know what you're thinking or whatever, blah, 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 blah. But I'm not that thirsty. It's not that big of a deal. I know that it would be a big interview and it would be dope. But I don't even think, honestly, I don't think that they should be talking at all to the public. I don't think that they should be on the Breakfast Club. I don't think that they should be on the news. I don't think that they should be doing any of this. I think the fact that they that they held that press conference before, and then the father, Austin Metcalf's father, Jeff, had got escorted out, I think that hurt them. It hurts them. It hurt them back then when they held a press conference. I don't know why they're sitting there doing these interviews. I don't see how this benefits them. When the father showed up and then they kicked him out and it was, man, what are y'all doing? They just embarrassed themselves. They should have laid low, stayed out of the public eye, tried to figure out how to hire the best lawyer, use the GoFundMe money to spend every dime plus some on making sure that everything was taken care of as far as the legal team. And I would have probably did a plea deal. Tried to do a plea deal, pleaded down to something, get my kid out of jail as soon as possible. There's no way I would have risked him being in jail for the next 35 years. Or 99 years. Because there was a possibility he could have practically got life. And so I don't know who is in these people's corner telling them to get on the news, have these conversations. This, in my opinion, does not help their son. I don't know why they're doing this. Anton, I'm sure their attorney has told them to give interviews. You mean the same attorney that lost the case? Time to get a new attorney then, if that's the case. If your attorney is telling you to do interviews, maybe you should get a new attorney. Some stuff, I don't really care about what the people are saying. Some stuff, I use my own context clues and I'll be like, you know what? This makes sense. Nah, I'm not going to do that.
I know they had their minds made up already. So, I mean, really wasn't much I could say to change their mind.
Both parents fighting back emotions and tears as they described what they believe was a flawed trial.
We were delusional. We thought we was going to get a fair shake.
They claim there were inconsistencies from the get-go, despite witnesses who took an oath vowing to tell the truth.
Everyone actually lied on the stand.
Everyone.
People ask me questions all the time about certain legal stuff that I got going on. I don't even mention it. I don't even talk about it. There's nothing to talk about. Man, that's why people don't have no clue. They have no clue. There's nothing for me to mention. I have zero to say whatsoever. Nothing is worth having a conversation about. However it's going to play out is how it's going to play out.
All of the witnesses' statements were inconsistent. All of them.
His father says the court of public opinion had made up their mind about his son long before the trial began.
He was convicted when he walked out of the jail. If you looked at the news all last year, he was already convicted. If you look at it, he was already.
So now they're saying that he was convicted in the court of public opinion before he ever took the trial.
It was already done. It was no innocent until proven guilty. He was already guilty.
He says the threats of violence against them continue.
People want us dead. That's what.
After they still got what they wanted.
After they still got what they want, they still want us dead. I can see, you see, I go look at my phone, people want us dead. They want our family dead.
And now they're preparing to appeal.
They did a number on us.
A judicial process they believe wronged them.
We didn't get justice. A lot of things that were missed that should have been handled a certain way. However, we couldn't say anything. We did what was instructed. We was told, so we just did what we was told.
Ken Molestina, CBS News, Texas.
Again, I think that it's unfortunate. I don't know any parent, if your child was facing whatever, right? You would put your whole house up. You would take out every single dime that 80% of the equity that you had in your home in order to defend your kid, right? You would do whatever it took to get your kid home and to defend your kid. So I don't blame the parents for getting legal representation. A lot of people are assuming how they use the money. I don't know how everybody knows how they use the GoFundMe money. I haven't been able to find anything that says what they use the money on. I don't know where y'all getting that from. That's weird to me. I don't know where people are getting that from. How do people know how they use the money? How do y'all know this? Is there some kind of accounting of this happening and how this played out? How are people so confident in what they're saying? Is it some news or some kind of drop that I'm not familiar with that y'all are referencing in order to speak to exactly how they're using the money? Somebody says, I'm not putting up my house because my kids decided to be a killer. Interesting. I know if my kid was on trial, I would have went and got a Sean Kent. I'm going to get a Sean Kent. No Lames TV says we seen with no profile picture. I'm not pulling y'all up if y'all don't got no profile picture. No Lames TV said we seen the Escalade. We seen a new Escalade in house after the GoFundMe went up. Y'all don't know nothing. Y'all literally just be talking. Y'all don't be having a clue of what is going on in people's life. Y'all are some pocket watching, not having no kind of insight, proof, no nothing. Y'all just like little schoolgirls. This is high school? Good God. People out here just saying anything. We seen this, you ain't seen nothing. You seen somebody else talking about it and capturing, you don't know who's doing what with what. You don't know you don't know nothing. You don't know nothing, bro. Thank you, Lachelle. Says it's your first time watching. You think he's great. I appreciate you, baby girl. I try to be objective. I try to give it from both sides. And then I also give my opinion, which could be jarring to some people, but I'm trying to look at it from every angle. I want to explore the father. So y'all seen Austin Metcalf's father, Jeff. And I want to explore a little bit of what Jeff was talking about, if we can. If you guys would allow for me to go into the father.
As Anthony now begins paying the price for his conviction, Austin Metcalf's father tonight is talking only with our JD Miles about the price that his family is paying.
Because a lie is temporary, but the truth lasts forever.
Jeff Metcalf finally had a chance to read the words he's been writing.
I hate the news. You know why I hate the news a lot of times? You know why the news disgusts me? Is because they don't know how to do a proper in 2026. They do their interviews the same way that they did them in 1979, 1984, 1983, 1987, 1993, 2001, 2003. They don't just do the interview and then drop it. They have to add their narrative, their audio. They got to do this. They got to do that. I hate the way that the news do their stuff. I don't want to hear you recap the case and all of that. Who is teaching these people how to do content? That's why a lot of y'all news stations be having low subscribers, or y'all don't be getting the motion that y'all supposed to get. Because y'all don't know how to do content properly. Good God. I just want to hear the dad talk. I don't want to hear you narrate it.
In a notebook to address his son's killer.
You said people think that grief is sadness, but it's not. It's rage.
Oh.
Pure, unfiltered rage. You failed yourself. You failed your parents. You failed society. You don't belong in this community.
That's correct.
Metcalf's victim impact statement came at the end of Karmelo Anthony's murder trial. For months, the father of Austin Metcalf has been silenced by a gag order imposed by the judge. Now he's free to speak publicly and says he's also free of something else.
When I woke up this morning.
Somebody said, Toy Winner says this is not content, it's journalism news. All of it is content because it's going up on content creation platforms. Guess what? They have to compete with us. They got to compete with us. Sorry to break it to you, but they compete on the same platforms as us. We didn't go over to the news station platforms. The news station platforms came over into the content creation spaces. So yes, the views is what matters. And they're doing it wrong and it's stupid. But keep doing it wrong. I'm cool with it.
It was a very different feeling. When I woke up, I felt like 1,000,000 pounds had been lifted off my shoulders. Because I used to wake up every morning with this anxiety, with this feeling of dread. And this morning was the first day I woke up with a feeling of peace, comfort, tranquility that I haven't experienced in 14 months. And I felt Austin.
Metcalf was in court every day of Anthony's trial. The 19-year-old now convicted murderer not only took his son Austin's life, he did it right in front of Austin's twin brother, Hunter.
What killed me was the body cam footage when I could hear Hunter screaming. Oh God, my brother, my twin. You know, as a parent, you always want to protect your kids. And to hear my son and the fear in his voice, and I'm not there to fix it.
What was it like sitting in that courtroom with Karmelo Anthony for 5 or 6 days?
Challenging is the first word that comes to my mind. And I'll even say this. I had a little bit of sorrow because I'm human. And that poor boy is fixing to experience a life that I would not wish upon anyone.
Metcalf says even today he's received death threats and has previously endured doxing of his personal information and multiple swatting calls to his house from people who he says have tried to villainize Austin and the family.
I would hope they take a look in the mirror. And if you have children, and if it was your child who was murdered, would you like people dragging his name through the mud, making memes, making jokes? And
this is why I have a lot of respect for the father. I have a lot of respect for this father because he's objective. Like he's the person that lost a son, but he's also the person that's saying, I forgive. It doesn't mean that he's not saying that you need to serve the time or you need to do whatever it is that you got to do. But he also said, I forgive. And he forgave him before the trial even started. He's saying, listen, why are y'all calling those people over there and doxing them and bothering them folks? Why? Why y'all bothering them folks? I always try to figure out who are the people that have the time to go and find these people's phone numbers, doing research and all of this other stuff to go and harass other people. Who are the people? Hey, James Jacobs, you may need to leave and come back. There's nothing wrong with my audio. It's nothing wrong with the audio and the video, and it's nothing wrong with my audio. Who are the people that have the time to go and do and have all of these conversations and figure out what other people's lives is and all of that? Who are these people? I honestly, I'll be trying to figure out, like, how do y'all have the capacity? How do y'all have the time to be out here in these streets bothering people and trying to figure out how you can make their life more difficult than it already is? I don't know how y'all had the capacity to do so. Why would I want to go and bother people who's either lost a child in the fact that their child died or lost a child? Man, listen, I'm going to pray for them and move on. I'm going to pray for you and move on. Tiffany said, I just looked it up and it's confirmed that the family did not withdraw the funds, so I was wrong. Shout out to Tiffany. But see, again, that's why a lot of times I don't like to listen to what people say online, because you can create a whole live stream and create a fake narrative based off of something that's not even true, and we don't know for a fact. We just assuming. Power of life and death is in the tongue.
Just really vile comments.
Where do you and the Metcalf family go from here?
Well, I mean, this is day one of a long healing process. Because honestly, it's been impossible to start healing until this trial was complete.
The trial may be over, but the racial polarization among Americans on display outside the Collin County Courthouse continues.
Look at the effect, not just the effect here between the Metcalf family and the Anthony family. Look what it did, one, to those kids they have to live with. Two, it took on this huge, wider, let's have a race war throughout the nation.
Metcalf insists that his son had no racist motives when he approached Anthony about leaving a track team tent.
This case was never about race.
There's going to be those people now that just, try to throw shade on the whole trial with the jury makeup and the speed of it and that sort of thing. I mean,
well, those are the same people that said he was jumped by 4 people. His phone was broken. You're going to spin whatever story to try to keep yourself afloat.
Metcalf believes Anthony should have received a life sentence. He says if Anthony is up for parole in 17 years, he will be there in some form to argue against it.
If I'm still alive, yes, I will be there in person. If not, I am going to make a video, if I'm passed on, that can be played.
There are no walls in Metcalf's home without photos or paintings of Austin and his twin. These images and a scholarship in his son's name are what remain for this father, who says he's ready to finally forgive, but not forget.
But people need to understand about forgiveness. Forgiveness was not for him. Forgiveness was for me, so I don't carry the rage, the hate, and that around. It will eat me up like cancer.
J.D. Miles, CBS News, Texas.
Yeah, I just think it's messed up because, again, I don't see any good that came out of this. I don't see anything that's a blessing. I don't see anybody benefiting off of this in any way, shape, or form. It's just messed up. Nobody's sons is coming out of jail. Nobody's son is going to be resurrected from the dead, and we don't have no compassion no more, to be honest with you. All we got is rage. And so we live with this rage and we exert it when finally something comes out so we can say, yup. There are people that live for racism stories that can't wait to send them to me so that they can see how I'm going to react to it. There are people that have racism stories or whatever it is that's going on. And the first thing that they do is they say, Anton, what do you think about this? Because they want to see what I'm going to say so that it could feed into whatever narrative that comes along with these conversations. Anton, what are your thoughts on this? Anton, what are your thoughts on this? And they don't send me anything that's relevant a lot of times when it comes to like regular popular culture content. There are people that email me. I almost blocked one of them. There are people that email me stories, and the only avenue behind it is it being race-based. Casey Allison case, I'll write it down. Who is Casey Allison? Y'all want me to check it out right now? We got time. We got a whole nother hour and 20 minutes to be able to do what we want to do. How many people in here know anything about a Casey Allison? I didn't know anything about Rick Child before last week. So we figuring it out as we go. I don't know anything about it. What is Casey Allison? Give me the Cliff Notes. Thank you, Johnny Lee Williams. I appreciate you. Somebody tell me about Casey Allison. I don't see anybody telling me that Casey Allison is something that's relevant. Some people said, nope. One person says, yes, look it up. Nope, I know nothing of it. I'll keep it on the docket. I'll do a little bit of research today after the live stream, and then I'll figure out what it is. All right? That way we all can try to figure out what's going on. Let's go into something a little more lighthearted. All right? Let's go into something a little bit more lighthearted. So it's two things, maybe three. No, we got three things that we want to get into. I want to get into Paul Pierce, and we're going to get into that next. Elon Musk recently did an interview. I want to get into that. And then I want to get into Patrick Mahomes. So we got some time. All right? And then if we got any more time left after that, I'll see what y'all talking about inside of the chat, and we'll rock out. Let me read some of these super chats. Oh, and Rick Ross. And if we don't get to Rick Ross today, then we'll definitely get to it tomorrow. Pop, what up, Pop? Pop says the white man says that Karmelo's parents didn't even show up to the court proceedings. Dang, that's cold. Seems like they're grifting off of their own son. We don't know, bro. None of the court proceedings were open to the general public, so we don't know. We have no clue. Everything that we're doing is we're assuming. Roscoe P. 78 says, if you swap their races, the black community is celebrating 35 years. Sad, but think about it. If I swap their races, I don't know. Well, basically what you're saying is that if you swap the races and a white person actually killed the black person, then the black people will be celebrating white people having to do 35 years inside of prison. Giggle Laugh Out Loud says with the 1820, what up with the 1828? Wrong is wrong because that's your child does not mean that child should not have shame. Agreed. Chosen, my residential troll says, oh, we knew you wouldn't interview Karmelo's parents. Well, this is how the conversation went, all right? Not that I owe Chosen any explanation, but let's just explore it. This is how the conversation went. Somebody gave him my phone number. We text back and forth, and then we jumped on the phone. All right. When we jumped on the phone, I'm never trying to get an interview. All right. Very rarely do I ask somebody to give an interview about something that's relevant. A lot of times I just have a conversation with people because I want to see where they at, you know? And the impression that he gave me, because his narrative was people were saying that I was able to use your platform in order to be able to get the word out, right? And I was like, yep, you can do that if that's what you want to do. However, you know what I'm saying? How do you feel? So my first inclination was to ask him, hey, how do you feel? What's going on? Is everything okay? I see you in distress or whatever. And so what I said to him was, listen, I'm available. We can talk about it. Give me a call and then we'll figure it out if this is what you want to do. However, I want you to make sure that you're taking care of your family first. And I know you got a lot on your plate with this appeal. So make sure you take care of your family and then we can figure it out later. Now, also, this is obviously before I knew that they were going on all of these other platforms. Apparently, they went on the Breakfast Club. I wasn't familiar with it, that they did these news reports or whatever. But my natural inclination was first to say, you got to take care of your family and whatever that looks like. And that's regardless of whether I agree or disagree. You got to take care of your family. And so we can figure that out later. When I woke up this morning, I thought about everything because I never want to do anything in the spirit of the moment. A lot of times I want to sit with it and have a conversation. Even when I talked to Rick Child's lawyer, we didn't do that interview until 4 days later after we had some time to think on it and sit on it. So when I talked to him, when I talked to him as a man, I talked to him and I looked at him as a father. I talked to him and I looked at him as a family member that wants his child free, regardless of how I may feel about it or regardless of how somebody else may feel about it. It wasn't just about doing content. And so I never said, hey, man, we need to hurry up and do this interview because I could have did it yesterday. I could have did it yesterday if I wanted to. And now that I see all of the stuff that's being communicated and said, I don't think that that benefits them. And so for me, it's not worth it because I don't need that. I don't need anything from anybody in order to still be doing whatever it is that I'm doing. So to answer your super chat, right? It probably is best that I didn't interview them because I would have to ask some uncomfortable conversations that I'm not sure that they can answer or that it will paint their kid in a positive light. And I don't want, and let me also say this. I don't want him to look at me as an ally when I would have to do my job as a person that is a content creator. I don't want him to look at me as an ally because I'm just unwilling to do anything for content. I'm not going to sit there and say, hey, man, how's everything going with your son? Hey, man, take care of your family. And then right after that, 2 hours later, get on the live stream and then say, hey, and ask whatever questions that I feel like I need to ask that's going to probably be a little bit more uncomfortable. So it would have been fake. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, bro. Anybody that I've ever had a conversation with, anybody that I've ever had an interview with, anybody that I've done any of that, I always ask them, are you sure that this is what you want to do? You know that this might do this. You know that this may be the repercussion as a result of it. Y'all want my attention so bad. You want my attention so bad that you're looking for me to block you. Because that's what somebody would normally do with all of the stuff that you're saying. Let me say this to everybody in the chat. If people say stuff that you disagree with, just ignore them. Let them rock. Just ignore them and just chill and let's keep it moving. Act like they don't exist. They're looking for attention. That's why they type in all caps. That's why they keep saying something wild at the end or whatever. They're children. Let them do children-like things. Okay? AR is back, says, when I speak with people about this case in real life, the first thing they say is it was self-defense. Whiskey Pierre Louis says, Anton, shalom, smart move for the parents is to come together and not allow the media and civil rights members use them. They now share a life bond by the situation. Blue Blood Royalty says the money was taken, they never got to touch it. Mark's burner account says, let's not forget that the Anthony family kicked the father out of the press conference. That was a terrible move. I agree. The news interviews is like a documentary, says TS. That's a fact. It's weird. Cool Breeze says, I remember Cool Breeze. Y'all remember Cool Breeze? Some of y'all may not be familiar with Cool Breeze. Hold on, let me see if I can.
We have just learned.
So it was called something like Hit Him with the Left. Watch for the Hook. Some of y'all may be too young for that.
So anyway, that's how she jumped the fence. Everybody got to be down. Yeah. The T-Stats for Timo, who's known as the T. Increase my wealth, rapidly. Can't be hesitant. I know a whole lot of brothers in the rap game, but most of them are in it for the shiny things. They want to snatch all 10, maybe stack about 4. They want to live in the house, but don't want no grass to grow. See, what you need to do is learn the tricks of the trade. Go to work, put it down, and then get paid. If only 2 of us don't get caught for making a sale. I'm one, and if you the other, bro, I can't tell. There ain't nobody that can come in and get in this zone. Trying to kill 4 birds with about 15 stones. The C stands for Cool Breeze, who's known as the champ. Freddie Calhoun, the coolest cutter at camp. Hey, my ones and my twos got your whole town shook. You better listen to your corner and watch for the hook. Watch for the hook. The C stands for Cool Breeze.
Yeah. Very interesting. Some people don't even remember this guy. I remember this guy. I don't know if y'all remember this. I don't know if y'all remember Cool Breeze. A lot of people don't know nothing about Cool Breeze, but Cool Breeze, yeah, that was a pretty interesting thing. Shout out to Cool Breeze. Maybe that's where you got the name from. I'm not sure. This will be over in 2 weeks, says Wyatt B. Nobody will be mentioning anything, and why there's no one asking the question if it was their child, what would they do? John Best says the difference with Casey Allison is that he was in mutual combat with a kid and stabbed him. Melo clutched the knife before Metcalf touched him. Manny Plays PC says the Knick comeback was probably one of the greatest in playoff history. Yeah, I was actually watching that in real time while I was on the show yesterday. Go MMS show yesterday. Shout out to Eric D. I appreciate you. A lot of people liked that show yesterday. Mario, but call me Rio, says sleeper song on his album was Butter. I wonder what happened to Cool. Do y'all ever think like, I wonder what happened to these rappers or whatever, so on and so forth? I seen Drag On. He was freestyling yesterday saying that he got an album coming out. And I was thinking to myself, P.O. Box is in the description of the video. Can you speak? Jordan Smith says, can you speak on the Kathlena streamer situation? What's happening with Kathlena? Y'all got to send me what y'all want me to talk about. You got to email it to me. I was listening to Drag On yesterday, and he was like, he was doing a freestyle. I don't know if y'all know who Drag On is. Drag On was in the Rough Riders, and it popped up on my algorithm for whatever reason on TikTok, and he was doing a freestyle, and he was like, yeah, album coming soon. Do you ever get to the point where you like, yeah, let me just go ahead and wrap it up. If I haven't dropped an album in the last 15 years, then I probably shouldn't even drop an album at this point. Album coming soon. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel with turn on your notifications. I want to go into Paul Pierce. Mommy. The reason why I want to go into Paul Pierce, I usually don't review this content that often, but I said I'm going to go ahead and review this one because I want to hear it. I want to get y'all thoughts, right? I want to get y'all thoughts. So, Paul Pierce has a show called The Truth After Dark with Paul and Azar. And I think we've reviewed, we have. We've reviewed content on it before. I remember we reviewed content from when he had Cheyenne Bryan on there. And he had also, had some really interesting takes that we reviewed. But I want to review this one. And the reason why I think that it's important to review this one is because Q was going crazy last night. AD was getting used. Is because he was speaking specifically about two subjects that I think that people are passionate about. One of them is box, and the other one is streamers. One of them is box, and the other one is streamers. Somebody said, I think a streamer cracked this girl. That's why he was so mad. Well, let's hear about it. I have reviewed this content before, Keisha. Let's go about it and let's try to look at it objectively. This is what Paul Pierce had to say, y'all.
OnlyFans girl, Sophia Rain, she's like a little white girl. She said that an NBA player offered her $15 million to take her virginity, quote unquote, because her whole thing is she's a virgin. Oh my God, I'm innocent, first of all. She says it's the truth. That's cap. That's cap. Ain't
He sound like Quentin on the panel the other day when Quentin was telling Brittany, no, you're lying, you're lying, you're lying, you're lying, you're lying.
Offering nobody $15 million to get some cooch. Well, she says that. I promise you that. She cap. Oh, Lord. She is. Ain't nobody $15 million. Man, get the out of here. Oh man. So people just be saying, and I don't know who this girl is or like she. Man, let me see a picture of this girl right now. Let me see what $15 million look like. Hold on, dog. I gotta see this. $15 million.
Oh, she's stacked. She definitely stacked. I don't think any girl is worth paying $15 million in order to take their virginity. I don't think any girl is worth paying to take their virginity at all. I don't care how much it is. I think that your virginity as a woman should be reserved for your husband, but that's a whole nother conversation.
Wait, hold on. That's her? Nah, that's
She's
not
stacked. She's stacked.
her. That's her? Nah, she cool for like 500. You stupid. Nah, 15 million. Get out of here. That look like, matter of fact, discount, 300. Get out of here. I'm going down to 150 now. Yo, walking. You ain't got no swag with your walk. Yo,
swag with your
nah,
walk?
I'm good. I'm good. Nah, we good.
What does that mean, swag with your walk? I don't know what that means.
Nah, we good. 15 million? Who is this? Man, get out of here, man. I'm tired of this. 15 million. Man, these man, you know what I'm mad though? I'm calling out all you goddamn streamers. I'm calling out all you other motherfuckers who ain't got no talent getting money. This is what y'all doing because y'all really nerds in real life and y'all going out here spending money on these chicks because y'all couldn't get them in real life because y'all weak. And y'all only popular because, y'all get money off of this and that. And y'all ain't got no game. So y'all go out here and putting the price of a girl up to a certain level to where now you got all these girls out here thinking that they can get dollars like that. That's why she said that when you got cats out here like, hey, yeah, give you 100,000, 2 million. Man, that's weak. Y'all need to slow y'all roll. I know motherfuckers, I ain't mad at y'all getting y'all money, but like y'all driving the price up too much to where y'all got these girls out here all in their head thinking they could just like, it's squares out here. It's real squares out here y'all following. Really. And they paying these females hundreds of thousands, millions, and gassing them up. So now motherfuckers come out and they like 15 million. Yeah, all right. Here a pack of gum. Take that. If you don't want that, get out of here. I ain't rolling, dog. This.
I'm trying to understand. All right. There's got to be rage bait, bro. There's no part of this that I don't think is rage bait. This has to be 1,000% rage bait. I think that Paul Pierce is saying this. I don't think he really believes it. I think that he understands the content creation game. He understands what it takes in order to be a decent content creator. And so that's why he's saying what he's saying. I don't believe that Paul Pierce even believes what he's saying right now. I think that there's some truth to what he's saying as far as, the game is kind of messed up because people are overinflating how much they paying for these chicks, or they're overinflating exactly how much they're saying that they're paying for these women. But I don't think it's anything wrong with the game. The game is the game, no matter what. I would think that Paul Pierce understands that more than anything. Listen. Any guy that's getting whatever it is that they want in the game is not complaining. For example, somebody is saying, Got Flavor is saying, box is overinflated, Anton, the price is going up. For who? For who? What are y'all talking about? Anton, the price of the brick is going up. I will tell you this. I don't care if you're tricking. I don't care if you're not tricking. I don't care however you want to play it, however you want to frame it. There's Johns, there's pimps, there's all kind of people that are in the game 100% of the time. Here's the caveat to that though, right? Let me tell you what the caveat to that is. Let's say, for example, you're a generous guy. Let's say you're a generous guy. And so you live a lifestyle, and so you not paying for box, but at the same time, any people that come around you, including women, are going to enjoy the lifestyle that you have, right? Because I want to break down in UX UI, we used to have what we call personas. And personas allowed for us to know exactly who the clients were at the bank, so it allowed for us to develop better products depending on what their needs are and who we were trying to target as far as what our products were, right? And so I'm going to give you what I call the personas of all of the different people that exist within the sphere, right? You got some guys that live a certain lifestyle, and so that don't really matter. You got some guys that are married, and they cool when they chilling, and they're not even interested in participating in the game. And so they got what they got, and they chilling, and they satisfied with that. Then you have some guys that's out here that would prefer to use their mouthpiece, or they would prefer to spit a little bit more, or they would prefer to try to impress a woman with whatever it is that they got, or they do, they clothes, or whatever, blah, 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 whatever. And so they may not pay anything. As a matter of fact, some of them may even be hobosexuals. They may be couch surfing. They may be putting out incredible D because they need a place to live, but they may not be spending a dime. And the same girl that he's hitting is the same girl that may be getting a certain type of lifestyle from whoever these so-called quote unquote streamers are. Because let's remember, they for everybody. Regardless of how you getting it, you may not agree with how he getting it, but if you getting it the way that you got it, then you wouldn't care about what the price of the brick is, because it's the same price for you. It's according to what you move like. Dudes that spending money don't care about dudes that ain't spending money. Dudes that ain't spending money don't care about the dudes that are spending money, because they all getting them. You missing what I'm saying? The game is the game regardless. The same dudes that's knocking them down, and they prefer to just use a mouthpiece in order to do so and ain't spending a dime, is still going to be knocking them down. The dudes that would prefer to spend money is going to be paying. They not interested in doing none of that other stuff. The dudes that are generous want to live a certain type of lifestyle, and they're not looking to downgrade themselves in order to not pay. The dudes that want to justify paying will then tell you something like, oh, I don't pay her to stay, I pay her to leave. All I'm saying is whatever motion that you got, that you using, you all messing with the same chicks. For some dudes, they spend money. For other guys, they don't spend money. But they all in the same boat, and y'all all busting down the same chicks. Yeah, we call them paymasters. Shout out to Saturday Night Beaters. Oh, you know what's up. So again, what I'm trying to figure out is, what is Paul Pierce talking about? Because he's saying, y'all, and this is the real difficulty that I'm having with Paul Pierce, right? He's saying that he's mad at all of these streamers or whatever because God Flavor, you sitting here and supporting this. I disagree with him. The reason why I disagree with him is because, if you getting them, it's some chicks that's going to bust it down just for the clout. Meaning that you him in your city, or you a former NBA player, or you got visibility, or you got motion, and they just want to be around you, and they going to bust it down for a real one, for the potential to even be able to get in your space. And you ain't got to spend a dime for them, right? Paul Pierce is saying that streamers are inflating the price of the box. What I'm trying to understand is, how does that affect Paul Pierce? Why is he mad at the streamers or the other people that's getting money that may be more generous? Because if she busting it down for a real one, then she gonna bust it down for a real one. E-Love says NBA dudes is the worst tricks. Facts. Talk to any woman out here, and they will tell you that the biggest tricks and the dudes that they can finesse the most are the people that are in the league. Levi McGee said, but that's not his point. Okay, Levi, well, tell me what his point is. What's his point, Levi? What I'm asking is he mad because the price of the box is going up? Or is he mad because streamers are now paying for box? I don't understand it. What do I care if what I got going on don't affect what I got going on? Levi, educate me. What the point is? Tell me, Levi. Because if anybody messed up the game, I'm going to tell you, if you were concerned about the price of the brick and if somebody messing up the game, then we have to hold accountable the athletes and the rappers. I would say that they are the ones that messed up the game by getting on Instagram, DMing, and spending money to fly chicks out. Fly out culture is an athlete rapper thing, and y'all popularized that. They the ones was the first tricks. The streamers came later. Now they mad at the price because the streamers, in a lot of instances, are getting more money than them. I think that that's the real issue. I believe, he said the point is inflation. Let me show y'all something. I just was able to pull this up really quickly. Hold on, let me see if I can get this up.
Man, I need Miami to win. I got cheese up. We need some more work.
I don't even know.
We need some more work. You want me to call some more work?
No.
I just want Miami to win.
Man, no, we're working. No. This ain't P after dark. It's like watching the game at the crib or something, man. You know what I'm saying? You throw a wall in here and turn.
What's up? Wings and drink.
Who like one of your fouls? They got to get the goddamn flopping out the league, man.
I got a stomach. I got a wing in my tooth.
Hey, how you doing? Camille, nice to meet you.
They got a website that you can hire girlfriends for the day.
Stop, man.
And so I got a girlfriend. You can hire girlfriends for the day.
Stop, man.
I went on the website and I hired a girlfriend
right
for the day.
Look at.
This is not my opinion. All I'm doing is showing you the evidence. I'm trying to understand what Paul Pierce is talking about. What are we talking about? I'm just trying to understand it. Why is he mad at the culture that he helped create? They was the first and biggest tricks. We was sitting here when this first came out, and the reason that I remember it, because I'm like, wait a minute, Paul Pierce was just talking about hiring a girlfriend for the day. They was the biggest. How you gonna get mad at them? And you was the ones that was doing it. It's the NBA players and the rappers that's been tricking the hardest, tricking on box. Somebody saying I'm overanalyzing it. He's saying that the price, hold on, let me read this. This is good. It's really simple. You overanalyzing, bro. He's saying that they are paying too much. And what I'm saying is that you shouldn't be paying at all. There's people that can criticize them and saying that they messed up the game and that you shouldn't be sitting here paying at all because y'all supposed to be NBA players. Y'all supposed to be getting it for free. The game is the game. The game is the game. It is what it is.
Look, Collins. There go Collins. Oh, look at D-Wade at the game. Okay, D-Wade.
You can start that website.
This is a live stream, P. We're live. We're streaming. Whatever you're saying, they can hear you.
No, Vincent ain't in the game.
Vincent right there, P. Number 2, taking the ball.
Where?
Got the ball, P.
No, I'm talking about the other dude. Let me get a margarita, my boy. His nickname is Jeff Flurry.
Stop.
Can I get a margarita?
Security, sir? Where's your name tag, sir? Sir? Right, you got to remember we live stream, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody here who joined us on Showtime Basketball. We in the KG Show. It's thick in here, baby. We're here watching the finals.
Where are we at, though? What's this called?
Man, dog, we're in the KG Sport.
Jeff Flurry.
Again, we're live streaming.
That was a few people. I'm changing my glass.
What? You called today.
I think it's all good.
We're doing.
Let me post you up, you little motherfucker.
Live stream. We in, baby. Y'all know what it is, right?
What I got on me? Troop in the building. Jeff Flurry.
We're going to get parental guidance on live streams. Yeah, it's live.
It's live.
It's live. He's burnt, Lord. He's burnt.
She says, stop. Stop.
Flurry.
No, we're working. We're working. We're not popping. We're working.
Where you show me the live stream?
It's right here. Look.
Show me the likes and the comments and all that. So this live right now. What y'all asking? Oh, this is it. Hey, this is crazy.
I know, Lord. I know.
I wish Duncan Robinson. She said, I said, you don't know what's going on. She said, I mean, I like it. I don't never wear my ice for the TV, y'all, so check it out. I mean, we all, hey, say, baby, I know you got some ice.
Chill.
Hey, no, baby, hey, me. Check it out, baby. Get this on a close up. Boom, close up on that. That's, hit the light, hit that.
Look, now we gonna pressure you. Yeah, here come that pressure.
Me?
Yeah.
Call some girls up, y'all. Let's call some work.
Let's get it. I'm telling you. Ooh, yes, sir. Yeah, y'all back with us. We back with it. You're in the playoffs with the Heat. You want to have certain matchups.
And let's keep it 100.
This is a good game, yo. This is a good game.
Keep it 100. Keep it 98.
No.
Is you dumb or fucking stupid? If a nigga was getting killed over LeBron's and not Jordan's,
so Pete, let me ask you something. Don't go.
Then I have LeBron to go.
Putting different look.
Yeah.
Okay. He hurt his thumb, bro. You know what I'm
I'm gonna
saying?
put P-Pierce off the dark on OnlyFans. Monetize this.
Man, damn. Hey, look.
Can I like this? They don't allow smoke?
So the point of that whole situation is that I'm trying to understand why he's mad, and I'm just assuming, because he didn't just say, hey, y'all making the price of the brick go up. He said that the streamers are lame, that they getting money now, they ain't got no game. That's why the chicks wouldn't mess with them, all of this other stuff. And it's like, is this projection? What's the problem here? If you a paymaster, you a paymaster. If you a paymaster, then you're a paymaster. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't no rules to the game. The game is the game. There are no rules to the game. He can't get mad at the streamers for doing what the streamers do. I don't care what the streamers do. I don't care if they inflating the price or whatever it is. You adjust to the environment. That's like people getting mad that AI is here. What do you mean you mad that AI is here? AI is just a part of the game, baby. You got to adjust. You got to adjust to the environment. If you worried about a streamer, and this is just my personal opinion in general, this don't have nothing to do with Paul Pierce. If you're worried about a streamer and what they paying, then you got bigger problems on your hand, in my opinion. If you're worried about what a streamer is paying, then you got bigger problems on your hand, because I'm going to just tell you that they all going, and usually the ones that the streamers have, the Selena Powells and stuff, they be looking busted anyway. The Selena Powells and all of them chicks that be on the stream, they be looking like trash. Like, what do I care? That has nothing to do with whatever we got going on over here. But again, I don't know, man. I'm from Detroit. It's a little bit different in these environments, in these streets. It really don't make no difference. And they going. And so get it how you live, bro. It shouldn't affect nobody. It's more girls out here than ever before. Most of them is lying about the type of money that they getting from these dudes, except for the rappers and the NBA players. And a lot of the girls that I've had conversations with, they'll tell me, oh, these dudes is the let me see. Might be at work. Might be at work. But let me hear the rest of what he got to say, and then we're going to go from there.
World is all fucked up. There's too many nerves getting money. and getting too much money. And this is what they doing, and that's why these girls is acting like that. That's real talk. That's what I see. That's real talk. It's real lames out here getting money because they're in front of a camera and everybody following them. They follow their life. Who are y'all? I don't care. Y'all come say whatever to me. Pull up on me. Y'all lames. Because this is what this is created from y'all. You influencers, you streamers, and now you got y'all paying these females, and this is what we get. A girl saying somebody offered them $15 million. And that's real talk. I don't care what nobody say. That's what it really is. Prove me wrong. Because, come on. Prove me wrong. It's lames out here with money, and that's why the price is going up like this. Because if you didn't have no money, you really can't be hanging out with these bad ones and being in the club in the section. You got a cat over here, he don't even know how to dress. He over here got glasses on, he looking lame, but he in the section, he got 20,000 in bottles, so now he cool. Man, get the fuck out of here. Y'all still lames to me.
Feeling bad.
Get out of my DMs. I ain't doing no interviews with none of y'all. I ain't going on nobody's stream.
Somebody said, look at the pot, calling the kettle black. I genuinely don't understand what the being upset and the anger is about. I genuinely don't get it.
Yeah, get out of here. Y'all lames to me. Let's go. What's the next topic? Get the fuck out of here.
So, going back to what I was talking about Diddy and Daphne.
Got me sweating. I'm hot in here. I'm sweating. I can't stand that shit. Motherfucker talking about 15 million. Get the fuck out of here. I don't know what kind of era this is. I'm ready to cross. I'm ready to see what's next.
Honestly, I don't think he really believed this, to be honest with y'all. I believe he's saying this to rage bait in order to go viral. And he apparently he's doing it successfully because I'm reviewing it right now. I don't believe that he really believed this. I'm not going to hate on another dude getting money, man. Listen, bro, if you want to trick off, that's on you. That don't have nothing to do with me. Dudes been tricking and spending money and doing what they do for the longest. They've been doing whatever they wanted to do for the longest since the beginning of time. It ain't going to stop just because you went on a rant. There's going to be new ways to get money. It's going to be new ways to trick. Nobody was saying that when Dan Bilzerian was doing it. Nobody was having a conversation about it, about how all of the tricking was happening and all. Man, this is all fake news, bro.
Man, I'm ready. Get me out of this life, because this is stupid as fuck. This is crazy. All right, let's go.
So going back to what we were talking about with
that's real shit though.
Diddy and Daphne Joy.
I need a napkin or something. I'm sweating now. That shit turned me up. I can't believe I can't be a nigga in the league. 15 million. What the fuck? You gonna bust in 2 minutes and you 15 million? Get the hell out of here.
A lot of the people that actually be spending that type of money, to be honest with y'all, it'd be like some white billionaire somewhere that wants to remain anonymous, that is willing to spend an extraordinary amount of money. He don't know what else to do with his money. And so he's willing to pay all of this money in order to take a woman's virginity. I do. I think it's rage bait. I don't think that he's serious. Because you can't be serious if you've also paid before. If you are a person that hired a wife for a day, but you talking about who ain't got motion, that's crazy to me. That to me is crazy. I don't understand it. It don't make no sense to me. But again, that's just me. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Good content though. I think that he did a good job with the content. Saturday Night Beater says, whose side you on, Ninja? You ain't for us, laughing my butt off. Dorton EZ, I don't know how you I don't know. Dordones, he mad he paying $30,000 a month in child support, check TMZ. Nah, I ain't gonna dig into his stuff. I ain't interested in digging into all his finances and stuff. That's between him and his chick. Sega Did It says, have you seen people slapping random white people behind a Karmelo Anthony trial? They gonna die. Everybody ain't going for that. Most people are carrying nowadays. TS Car Wash and Detail Services. Check out Fat Joe and Jada new song, Victory Lap. All right, I'll check it out. Courtney Egger Show says he a trick and he don't want to pay more. TS Car Wash and Detail Service says KG and Paul together is priceless, so uncensored. I heard that they had lost a bag or an opportunity or something like that behind that stream. I don't know. Anyways, make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. I want to pivot for a second, and I want to go over to Elon Musk. So there is an interview, especially, and one of the reasons why I'm so focused on Elon Musk right now is because SpaceX is about to issue an IPO. If you're not a part of the Patreon, you need to go and watch that Patreon video before you decide to invest in an IPO, any IPO, but especially the upcoming IPOs. You should probably be a little bit more careful with that. I'm not going to talk about it on here. I've given my thoughts extensively on Patreon. And so if you want to go through, I went and looked at the numbers, the charts. I put together a nice presentation for y'all. Go and check that out. All right. But this was an impromptu interview that they wind up doing with Elon Musk. And this is, hold on, let me make sure I can give the proper credit. Courtesy of Brighter with Herbert. And apparently he's talking about SpaceX in this video. I have not watched this at all. So I am watching this for the first time with you guys. And we are exploring this conversation. Again, make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm. Subscribe to the channel and turn on your notifications.
Welcome. Hanging out. I got Elon and Ian Dahl with our Starlink team. Figured we'd check in. It's been typical SpaceX year. Launched a brand new vehicle.
How do these people get access to Elon like that? Because this guy's channel has 189,000 subscribers. How do they just get in touch with Elon? How do they reach out like that?
Acquired XAI, now SpaceX AI, announced a Terra-sized chip building project. And so...
Yeah, never a dull moment.
Yeah, never a dull moment. Typical year. And so let's kind of wanted to connect some of the dots on how this all feeds into making life multiplanetary.
Hey, your car, that's 1.4 million, now 1.3 million. We got to update the number, big dog.
Climb up the Kardashev scale, maybe show off some cool new AI stat stuff. Let's kind of start galaxy sized and bring people in with the Kardashev scale.
What's the big picture?
What's the big picture? What is the Kardashev scale?
Like, how do you decide what progress the civilization has made? That's the most objective metric that any alien species, say, visiting us would calibrate how much progress we've made as a civilization. And one of the most objective ways to do that is the amount of power that any given civilization has been able to harness. There was a Russian physicist, actually, I think, by the name of Kardashev, who thought about this, and I think it's a good way to characterize it, which is you can have you can assess how well a civilization is harnessing the power available on the planet. That's type 1. And then type 2 would be how much of the stars' power are you harnessing? And then type 3 would be how much of the galaxy's power are you harnessing? These are very objective and measurable numbers. So right now we're very low on the Kardashev-1 scale. Like if you say, like, what proportion of our planet's power are we harnessing? It's a very, very tiny number. And basically, we're harnessing almost nothing of our star's power. So the sun is truly an immense thing. It is difficult with words to characterize just how immense the sun is, but this gives you sort of a sense of scale.
Yeah, it's a big difficulty jump going from level 1 to level 2.
Very big difficulty jump, yes. And level 3, and we don't even know how to do level 3, really.
We'll get there.
Yeah, exactly. AI will figure it out, I suppose. One way to appreciate the size of the sun is to think about how heavy is the sun compared to all the rest of the mass in the solar system. So the sun is about 99.86% of all mass in the solar system. It's everything, and then of the remaining 0.14%, most of that is Jupiter, one planet.
So we're still lightweight.
Yes. The entire mass of Earth is in the tiny miscellaneous category. We're like Earth is a tiny dust mote compared to the sun.
Well, but how much energy are we talking? Like coming from the sun, especially compared to what we're using here on Earth? Because it feels like...
Yeah. The incident solar energy on the cross-section of the Earth is roughly a half billionth of the sun's power output. And the vast majority of that we cannot use because 70% of Earth is water.
Yeah.
Technically, our planet should be called water because it is 70% water, and I think an alien civilization visiting us would be like, why are they calling it Earth when it is mostly water?
Were the Greenlands not green of the solar system?
Yeah, a bunch of the exactly even we're 70% water, and then of the 30% that's land, a bunch of it is Antarctica or Siberia type of thing, very northern Canada type of thing. Very difficult to not places people typically want to live, and you're not going to get a lot of solar power at the poles. So the actual usable area of land where you can get solar power is quite small. Anyway, in order to ascend the Kardashev scale, or in order to get to any meaningful percentage of the sun's energy harnessed, you have to go to space. If you wanted to get to, say, a millionth of the power output of the sun, you would have to increase civilizational energy harnessed by much more than 1 million.
All right, so let me tell y'all why this is relevant to the conversation, because some people are like, oh man, this is over my head. Other people are like, well, this is not talking about having sex, or it's not relationship issues. And other people are talking about this is not the Karmelo Anthony case. Or I could imagine that some people may be thinking that. But this is why this is important, is because when we're listening to Elon Musk talk, we got to listen to it in bits and pieces, but then we have to extract what I think that he's trying to communicate to the people. Elon Musk is not just talking about how he feels about interplanetary travel or travel in a galaxy or, harvesting power from the sun. He's basically pitching you the importance of SpaceX, nothing more. He's basically pitching you that the company that he's about to IPO has endless possibilities of what it's capable of, and it is important for you, and this is my interpretation of it. And so it is important for you to understand how important SpaceX is, because we don't even know what the possibilities are, and we're limiting ourselves by only thinking about ourselves in the grand scheme of what the galaxy really means to us. He's pitching SpaceX through talking about how important our energy harvesting ability is and what we will eventually be. SpaceX is basically like an amalgamation of a bunch of different companies all being put together, right? First, we looked at it as space exploration. Then we start looking at it from a Starlink perspective. Now they're adding XAI, and I think I have a better grasp on what they're trying to do, because we also have to take into consideration that he bought X, formerly known as Twitter, right? In which technically that was a losing proposition initially until he was able to, because he didn't buy that all 100% on his own, right? A lot of it was partnerships, financing, and a lot of people investing in it. How do you get people's money back, right? Well, the way that you get people's money back is that you say, well, this company is swallowing this company, and the valuation of this company is X, but then we're also going to have SpaceX become an XAI, which is what we then combined with Twitter, Twitter formerly known as X formerly known as Twitter. And then we put all of these companies into one big bucket. And then when we IPO it, you guys will get all of your money back plus some. And I'm going to make y'all super filthy rich for also riding with me throughout this whole journey. Some people say he's on a whole nother level. To people not looking at it from a business perspective. And that's why you got to tap into the Patreon. That is why you have to tap into the Patreon, because we have much deeper conversations than what you are impressed by on the surface. I have no doubt in my mind that Elon Musk is incredibly smart. Obviously, he's incredibly smart. But he's also wise from a business perspective. And even though we're talking about interplanetary travel, it all comes back down to this upcoming IPO. It all comes back down to, in my opinion, it's going to come back down to this upcoming IPO, bro.
So we currently use much less than a trillionth of the power output of the sun. And a trillion is a million times a million. So basically we're basically practically nowhere on the sort of the Kardashev 2 scale, practically nowhere.
So on Kardashev scale, we're all still we're still
non-existent.
Failing.
We're not
non-existent.
registered. We're like not a, we're not even. Yeah. We're not registering.
Not even a microsol.
Yeah.
No.
And so to actually...
One microsol would be an epic achievement relative to where we are right now.
Something to aspire to.
Yeah. Yeah, that's our goal. And this is, I think, both simultaneously an incredibly adventurous goal relative to where we are, and yet not particularly adventurous as a percentage of the sun's energy to try to achieve power harness being 1/1,000,000th.
Jay says, Anton, do you think that Elon Musk has good social and people skills? I don't think he has to have good social and people skills, because I think that when you're the most valuable person on the face of the earth, you don't have to have social and people skills. I tried to communicate that to people yesterday when I was joking at the end of the show, because I was a little tipsy. And I was joking and I said, I don't have to have the same effort as some other people when it comes to relationships, because my value proposition is different. You understand what I'm saying? Without saying what I got to say, you understand? I don't have to have the same energy or effort towards whatever it is that you think is meaningful, because I got motion. You know what I'm saying? So no, I don't think that Elon Musk is interested in going to Toastmasters. He's not interested in trying to communicate more effectively. When you get to that level, everything moves around you. You don't move to make sure that everybody else is comfortable. Real talk. I always relate it back to relationships. Making adjustments and rules are for people that she don't like. When you're him to her, there are no rules. She moves around whatever you do. She doesn't have any standards anymore. Her standard is based off of whoever it is that she's talking to at the moment. Elon Musk don't have to do nothing different, because Elon Musk is the richest man on earth and people going to clamor just to be in his sphere, which can be dangerous too. You have to work on his social skills. He's about to be a trillionaire. Social skills? You don't gotta be no social. He don't even ride in cars. He ride in planes. That's it.
What the sun outputs.
And so to actually start
a microsol. Yeah.
To actually start getting there, though, we're not just going to throw solar arrays in space, try to soak up a bunch of the sun. Like, there has to be a need. Like, you want to go up there and do something meaningful. And obviously, until this point in human history, like, there hasn't really been a need. What has changed to make us think that, like, maybe now's the time to start trying to notch a percentage point or two?
I mean, getting to 1% of the sun's energy.
Maybe not 1%. Let's go, like, we'll move the decimal point back.
So you're an extremely kick-ass civilization if you get to 1% of the sun's energy. And I'm like, wow, that civilization is going to be vastly more powerful than us, to say the least.
Yeah.
So in order to start to make some progress on the Kardashev scale, we need to launch satellites to orbit Earth and capture solar power. And that avoids the need to build massive power plants on Earth and deal with cooling, because cooling is actually much easier in space than it is on Earth. You can just radiate to the vacuum. And so what we're proposing here and what we intend to do is to try to climb the Kardashev scale to, be kind of like a respectable civilization. So when the aliens, hopefully there are aliens out there, and they maybe finally decide to talk to us, you know, where we have some respectable amount of the sun's energy being used.
Yeah.
That's not like totally pathetic.
Even the jokes that they think are funny are only funny to a certain type of person. Look at the type of people that he hang around. Look. Look at his buddy. Look at his buddy. Look. They're not hanging with you. They don't feel like your joke, the way that you joke and what you think is funny is probably not even funny to them. They probably have all kind of inside jokes. Circle, square, circle. Ha, ha, ha. And you'll be like, well, what are you talking about? You feel awkward trying to fit in. Interplanetary, coming soon. Ha! And you probably be like, man, what are you talking about, bro? Man, what? Interplanetary, what are they talking about? The stuff that they joke about, they probably be snorting. They probably do all of that type of stuff, bro. They don't care nothing about, look, he don't even wear a watch no more. He don't even wear a watch. He don't even care.
Sun's energy to try amount of the sun's energy being used.
Yeah.
That's not like totally pathetic.
See that rocket launch.
Yeah.
And like long time coming. What's Starship's kind of purpose of being? What is it going to be doing?
Yeah. So Starship is going to revolutionize space. Really, it's the first rocket design that is capable of full and rapid reusability. Now, reusability is the fundamental breakthrough that is necessary to make life multiplanetary, as well as to ascend the Kardashev scale. You simply cannot ascend the Kardashev scale unless you have a reusable spacecraft, and you cannot extend life to the moon, to Mars, and to the rest of the solar system without a reusable rocket. The cost is simply prohibitive. You can't make enough rockets.
Yeah.
Unless you can refly them. Just like any other mode of transport, you can imagine that if we had to throw away airplanes every time we flew, flying would be far too expensive, and basically no one would be flying airplanes.
You're doing a whole lot more driving.
Rapid reusability.
Yes. Every mode of transport is reusable, without which is simply not viable as a transport system of any kind. You know, Starship V3 is more than double the thrust of the Saturn V moon rocket. By version 4, we'll be pretty much 3 times the thrust of a Saturn V moon rocket. and we expect Starship to be flying.
Look at what Totally About None saying. Totally About None says, the F is he talking about? But that's why I want to break it down into a C student's perspective when we having these conversations, bro. That's why I like to talk from a C student's perspective, because you'll lose people. If he's so rich, he don't care about losing people. He's so rich, he doesn't care about losing people. He do what he want to do when he want to do it. We sitting there like, interesting.
More than once per hour down the road.
One of the fun facts from Flight 12, that was actually the heaviest payload SpaceX.
You know what the worst thing is? You know what this reminds me of? What this guy right here is? I don't know what this guy, but the way he tries to relate when he asks the questions, it kind of reminds me, I don't know if y'all seen that Shannon Sharp interview with Neil deGrasse Tyson. And Shannon Sharp was like, yep, I get it, yep. And it was like, no, you probably don't. Some of the stuff that he was saying. And so Neil would ask a question, but he would ask it with expectation of you agreeing with him. And so he would be like, so, I mean, you know how rockets move through the atmosphere before it gets in the interplanetary orbit? And then Shannon would be like, yeah, I get what you're saying. Shannon asked the question about exploring space versus the ocean. And Neil deGrasse Tyson started going into this whole theory of what the ocean exploration, the difficulty of that between that and space. And Shannon was like, yeah, I get it. Yep. That's that's kind of how I see this. Hold on. Yo, I'm on a live stream, so don't say who you are or nothing like that, all right?
Okay, hey.
I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Of all of the different types of guys that you've interacted with, industry-wise or anything, and I don't want you to say no names or nothing like that. I just want to get your opinion.
Okay.
In the industry, whether it's athletes, rappers, all of that type of stuff, which ones would you say are the brokest?
Rappers. 100%. They even asked me for money before, so be for real.
Rappers have asked you for money before?
Yes, some of y'all favorites.
Oh my
Some of y'all
God.
favorites.
Oh my God. Do athletes what do you think is the easiest? Like, are athletes or rappers or what? Who is the easiest to be able to get in contact with or to be able to get, you know what I'm saying? Get connected with? Rappers are?
Rappers. They respond to DMs and shit for sure.
Rappers do?
Yes. Athletes, not as much. It's a little harder because they have, I don't know, it's just a little harder to get at them unless I guess you like go to the games and stuff, you know, sit in front. That would probably be your best way to get like an athlete. But the rappers, yes, you DM them a few times, they like you, they're gonna respond.
What about flying out? Fly out culture.
They do, but they do, but not like how the athletes will. They'll do more. I feel like the rappers, fuck no. Sometimes they'll pay for your flight. Sometimes they'll have you book the flight, give you the money when you get there.
What?
It's just all time. Yes.
Wait, so rappers have you book the flight sometimes and then want to give you the money when you get there?
Absolutely. Give you the cash. They don't want to book it. They don't want to tell. Some of them have assistants, some of them don't. But they'll just sometimes be like, oh, well, you just book it and then they'll just give you the cash when you get back. Or I've had motherfuckers have me book the ticket and then don't even give me the money back.
Really?
Yes, yes. Like I said, if I told you some of the stories, some of these rappers, y'all mouths would drop. He would say, "What the fuck?" Because of course they present differently than how they really are. I don't think the music be sounding like it's supposed to, in my opinion. And we talked about it before. Rappers they just I don't know. I don't know if there's not enough money in it. I don't know if they spend all the money on the jewelry and the costume. I don't know.
Which type of guys and what industry would you prefer to deal with the most?
I think the athletes is better because they do have more money and they more I think they like to have better time. I feel like rappers, they be on drugs and shit. They just kind of weird when you do go out of town with them. So I would say the athletes would be better. And then even people like other kind of famous people that aren't rappers. Because like I say, rappers, I've been with a lot of
Like
them.
what?
And
What other type of entertainers and stuff?
like comedians. I've been with a couple comedians. They're very nice.
Comedians are nice.
Yes. And just people like that. I feel like the more money that people have, guys have, and stuff, I feel like they're more nicer. The ones that's kind of getting by, they're not that much fun always to hang out with. You know what I mean?
So if they money is funny, they tend to be a little bit more mean.
Absolutely. And I actually was just hanging out with one, and the damn championship was going on, and I was so worried that the fucking San Antonio was gonna win because they be betting. You know what I'm saying? They be sports betting and shit. And I was worried because they betted on the Knicks. I said, "Oh my God, he's gonna come back in here and have an attitude if these motherfuckers lose. Please, Knicks win." And they did, because I was worried. I said, "This motherfucker gonna come back to the room, tripped out, taking it out on me if he loses this money." But they won. So even though I'm, San Antonio Spurs, go Spurs. But yeah, I'm right now. I'm in Hawaii. I'm about to come home right now, and I'm hanging out with somebody.
Yeah. Don't say it.
Yeah, but no.
All right, baby girl. I'm gonna call you later. Keep me in the loop. Or call me when you get to wherever you are after you get back from Hawaii.
Okay, yeah, I'm waiting on my flight right now. So I'm
Okay.
later tonight.
All right, baby girl.
All right, bye guys.
All right,
bye,
bye.
Anton.
Listen, bro. If I ever want to know what's happening in the streets, the only person or the only people that I need to be tapped in with is the women. The women are going to keep you in the loop, bro. 100%. The women are going to, look, bro, I know more than I should ever know in my life about too much that's happening out here. And the way that I keep connected is through the ladies. The ladies, guys are weak for women. Guys are weak for women. They don't make women sign NDAs at all. Why y'all think I'm so heavy on being on y'all about forcing the women that y'all are around? Be careful who y'all around. Make sure they sign NDAs and all of that stuff, because women are the greatest weapon in life. Women are the greatest weapon, and you learn to understand a woman, you will learn how to master life. Yeah, I seen that. We could talk about that tomorrow, TS, or we could talk about it later. I'm telling you, that's why I be telling y'all a lot of times, and I'll be like, man, most of these rappers is broke, bro. They winging it. They can't wait till they get to their next show. They don't have no assets. They starving out here. They trying to figure out, they fighting with their label, and they trying to get that some more advance money and all of this other stuff. Because, man, the streets is the streets. The streets is the streets. The streets is going to do what they going to do. And all of these dudes is out here trying to finesse and trying to trick y'all and trying to convince y'all is one way, it's the other way. It's 100% the other way. I don't believe none of these dudes because the streets is telling me differently. The women is telling me differently. And if you get to a high enough, you'll be connected to, and you'll know how to move around in certain areas and in certain environments, and you'll know how to move around locally, and you'll know how to move around nationally, and you'll be connected with certain people and all of this stuff, bro. Real talk. Shout out to my ladies out there that keep the game on lock, that keep me in the loop. Shout out to all of the ladies. Yeah, we'll get to Patrick Mahomes, Daphne Joy. We'll get to all of that tonight and tomorrow. Shout out to the ladies that keep me in the loop. It don't seem like we've been on for 4 hours. I don't know why. It just doesn't seem like we've been on for 4 hours. Somebody says Selena Powell was telling all of these rappers business. Oh, it's women that's way better connected because they not talking out loud. And that's why I got to be careful to make sure that I protect their identities, because I got to make sure that they're good. Long-time friends of mine. You know what I'm saying? Great show. I very much enjoyed this show. Very much enjoyed this show. I'm not pushing it to 5 hours. Don't ask, don't tell. Don't ask, don't tell. Indigo says, good afternoon, Anton. What type of watch is that? Oh, it's just a watch that I wear regularly. It's a rose gold Rolex. It's pretty, I wear my stuff though. I don't know if I can see that. Where all my scamming at? Spin that itch. Spin that ish. But I'm about to put on my Apple Watch, to be honest with you. Want to see my Apple Watch? Spin that ish. Spin that ish. That's my Apple Watch. We'll talk about Patrick Mahomes. Somebody said rose gold is getting played out. To who? I like rose gold way better than I like regular gold. That's the key. That's the key, man, because this is the thing that y'all have to understand, is that when you get to a level of comfortability in your life and a level of success in your life, you do whatever you want to do and you don't really care about what anybody else is talking about. You do whatever you want to do and you don't care about what anybody else. You buy what you like, not what everybody think is popular. That's why a bunch of people was buying Chrome Hearts, not because they actually liked it, but because it's clout chasing. Keon says, listening to this reminded me that compared to the sun, my issues is like a speck of dust. At the moment, I appreciate my life more. We'll forget again. AD, you saw Act trick on Daphne Joy? I didn't see him trick on her. I just seen him talking to her. You saw The Rock paid $200K for Daphne Joy? I did not see that. Where do y'all get this information from? How do you know this? It's a guy in the chat that want my attention so bad, but I'm not gonna give it to him. So what's the next hot watch material? It ain't no next hot watch material. It's always gonna be gold, stainless steel, and then whatever the watchmaker is. All right, listen, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. We got after hours tonight. Actually, I'm still in the process of giving away the rest of my stuff. Maybe I'll rebuild my watch collection one day. Right now, I just don't even care about it like that. So it's not a thing. I have 3, 4 more watches that I'm giving away. I just haven't gotten around to giving them away yet. So shout out to TS. TS says, call me TS News. Yeah, you need to change your name from TS Car Wash and Detail Service then. All right. Listen, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to see y'all tonight. Peace.